Okay, this seems to be working. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday, apparently. It is early. We have some great news. We have some news, and we have some very bad news. Very bad news. But the good news is potentially better than the bad news. So we'll see. We have news for Phils. We have news for Stony, which is impressive to have all of that. Um, and yeah. We have a lot of things. We have a lot of things so far that are pretty okay. Some of the things are going to need a lot more detailing than what I'm saying right now. And I need a haircut. That's you don't know yet, but I need a haircut. I mean, you do know, but that is the situation. We have some very bad things. So, in the order of stuff, like I always do, because it makes sense, I'm gonna go straight up on band because it's there and it's fine. We have 118 people, 119, and one of them that was paying before has been not paying. So I don't know if it's the person that decided to go yearly that is now not counted. I forgot exactly what the math is. Or if it's someone that is supposedly paying in a monthly basis that decided that the paid plan was not worth it, which is fine as well. I don't really mind. I get it if the output is not as good as you want it to be. I get it. But as a quick reminder, in the paid plan, you get the themes, you get the dark mode, you get the ability to change the design that you currently have. And, I'll put something that is more aligned with your personality. Like if you want something that is basically pink because you like pink and you like the light mode for most of the things, then this is an option. It's that simple. But that's basically where we are and where we stand. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, that someone is not paying anymore. I would rather you not pay and use the tool as a product rather than pay and pay for something that you don't really enjoy. So, that's one of the okay news. I don't care. It's fine. It just means that the product is probably gonna die faster than expected, but that's the only thing that it's in there. The other news is that the preview map has been updated. Not the landing page, but the Apple review system has approved the latest update, meaning that you are supposed to have received a very massive update that contains CloudKit Sync in the correct way. I know. So that is something that I like a lot. We'll see if that is going to work. I am going to wait, I think, about a week-ish, so roughly on Wednesday this week or on Friday this week. I don't know yet. I'm gonna send a sync package with a lot more perfumes in them, and some of you are gonna need to tell me if you have them now. But that's one of the best news that we have. I'm really scared about the crashes. I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to have some crash when it comes to it's just the app itself. I mean, the app has been crashing a lot, but a lot less than can. But nonetheless, that's one of the news that needs to be checked and updated and so on. So that's a good thing so far. Well, we're gonna see if that works. And then on the worst of worst news, I know, I know, I was right. I was right. I will not be able to build after April 19th. Um, there is no way for me to renew my subscription before it ends, and there is no way for me to retain the current plan that I am on. So I basically have 19 days, 20 days to figure out exactly how to get as much usage as possible out of Cursor. And then after that, I have a very strong feeling that the renewal is going to be really bad. So, to explain what's happening, is the pricing is going down from 500 fast requests to the main um, models to 250 sonnets. Sonnets cost one, Opus costs two, meaning that I'm basically getting 125 Opus, which is almost nothing, that goes out in about 4 hours, not even. So that's going to be really bad. And then everything else after that is 8 cents per request, knowing the fact that I'm sending somewhere along the line of 1,000 ish per day. Um, this is not going to be feasible, no sustainable. So that is the worst news that we have so far. This is going to cost way too much. So after uh, August, I am now not building apps anymore, which is really sad. Which is really sad because it could have worked, but it's too expensive. Someone that doesn't make any money on the side. If I had a job, why not? But I don't have a job, therefore that is not going to be an option. So that's a bit of a that's a bit of a hard thing. It could, I doubt it, but it could push me over the edge and make me learn how to code by hand. But I have so much doubts. So much doubts. I don't, yeah, I don't think this is gonna be an option. The other thing that I can do, similarly to what I already do, is potentially get a ChatGPT Pro codex slash things at $20 a month on top of what I currently have with Claude to get access to basically 20 and 20 in a pro but not pro tier and just max them out every day, which is not the best option. So that's the current thinking. I've been testing and implementing on device models. None of them run on the machine that I currently have, so I can't really do that either. So yeah, I think we have reached the point where these things are way too expensive for what they are for me, and the return on my money is not good enough. So I'm gonna go back to just designing shit. You know, that's that is the situation. But nonetheless, this is bad news-ish. I feel like we are okay with it. I know that Hermes is something that might be interesting for me to take a look at. This is something that we talked about 2 weeks ago. It is a new similar things to CloudBot and so on that is all more better. Sounds really bad, but it is more better than CloudBot in a way in terms of how it's working and so on. But these are autonomous agents, meaning that they are costing a lot more if they are not running on your machine. So I need to figure out what can run on this machine. And if it's not on this machine, what can run on the PC at the same time. And if it's not on the PC because it's still running like one of the oldest GPU, what machine do I need to buy in order to get this thing to work? We'll see. I don't want to go through a Mac Studio, but that's potentially one of the direction in which we need to go. When it comes to something else, as in here, for anyone that has been asking, I've made some good progress so far. I have figured out what needs to happen for the lemon squeezy license that you have received in the emails. The system is automated, so I don't need to do anything, which is pretty cool. I have changed the documentation system to have a real docs, so similar to the other platforms that we currently have. And apparently I have no battery in the fucking keyboard. That's a thing that happens, which is not a good move to do that here. Nonetheless, we have something that is a bit more organized compared to the original thing. So you have access to colors, and then at the bottom, you have the options to go into the next section. You see the fonts, go next sections, you see the spacing, next section, and so on. Still haven't implemented anything regarding the backdrop blurs and glass effect and so on. So that's pretty bad. Nonetheless, we now have the overview around here and everything in there is a bit better. I have implemented the thing that I was talking about, which is a lot more interesting, I feel like, for devs as well. It's something that I haven't seen in any coded libraries so far. So let's say you were looking to create or have, also, I don't know why that pops in now, uh, but it did. Let's say you wanted to have something that is a button that is in primary, that is in its default state because you don't need anything else. And you know that you want to use something along the line of uh, a very different icon on one side, maybe no icon on the other side. You want the um, animals to be what you want here. This code right here is automatically generated and changed so that you can just copy and paste it directly into your files. So that's a pretty good news, I think. I think this is probably going to be really useful and working. I don't know why we have these things at the top in some sections, but not in all sections. And then now they are not here. So I really am unsure about how this thing has been built, but it has been built. So that's one of the things that I changed yesterday, which seems to be better and helps so that you can basically have all of the settings that we have in Figma, for example, and then get the code directly. But very important thing, right now it's only the HTML code. I am planning on giving you the ability to do a copy for React, copy for TypeScript, copy for something instead of just HTML, which is fine, but it could be better. So yeah, this whole thing is probably going to be good. I'm making sure that everything is in there and that all of the options are available, still there in that whole section of description, definitions, and so on. It's still a lot of a mess. It doesn't really help, at least from my point of view as a designer. It doesn't really help, but I need the point of view of a dev, not myself. So that's something that needs to happen. Other than that, it's going pretty great. And as I mentioned, because I did the research on the license key thing. Lemon Squeezy is taking care of that. So basically, we have that's not the thing. They have the thing that generate a license every time you have a sale. So each of you that have made a sale after version 4, if I remember correctly, you probably have received the license key in the email. For the other ones or all the people, I don't know yet. I need to check, but I think you can get one of them if necessary. Nonetheless, this thing is handled by Lemon Squeezy directly on their own servers to do the handshake to make sure that the license itself is a valid license. I don't have to do anything. It's just like the CLI is going to check with Lemon Squeezy. Lemon Squeezy is going to say, well, this license key is absolutely a valid one. You can proceed. So that's a good thing, which is pretty interesting. I don't know exactly how they do that with the amount of product that they have on their platform to know who and what is linked to that like license key. And I feel like the uniqueness of the license key is probably gonna be duplicated at some point, but apparently that's not the case. So I don't really know. Nonetheless, they handle everything, which is cool. and I had to implement something for the people that will probably do the usual thing of buying the project or buying the product, receive the license key in the mail, getting a refund, and then having the license key, and then just you know, the license key for free. So that also the inactive and the disabled has been put in place so that we can make sure that if someone is doing this, it's gonna go away. So that's a good thing. But we'll see. So far, I haven't released the thing yet, so I don't know. I don't. But yeah, there is still some things to be fixed in there. I spent a bit of time on the redirections. So it makes sure that, you know, it goes into specific sections when you have specific sections. So the helper text is going to send you to the helper text and so on. So that makes a lot of sense. So this is still work in progress. I know. But yeah, based on the fact that I'm not going to be able to work on the other project soon, based on cost, the priority is going into the apps, making sure that Can and Perfume are as stable as possible, so that I can work on that and make sure that everything is working and kind of forget about it compared to other stuff. So yeah, these are kind of not broken, but broken, you know, absolutely not broken. So that's some of the news. We've had other things happens like that, but not that are fine. Let me see if I can see or find that. There is a bit of a weird things happening on my feed where most of the posts are Japanese posts, which I highly appreciate. So a lot of them are going to be from Japanese accounts because they make sense to me, but they won't make sense to you, which again, I get it. Don't worry about it. I have been seeing a ton of people trying to implement LLMs directly on device, which is pretty impressive. This one is a 400 billion model that runs on the iPhone at 0.6 token per second, which is a tad slow, as you can probably tell from that video that is not posed right now. It's real speed. But there is a ton of other things that is happening in there in the local LLM space, so that is really impressive. Can I find this thing? I don't think I can. This one was a bit of a similar ID than what we had, or what Kane had as an ID for Yolka. So we'll see if that's something that we can work on. I'm waiting for Phil's to pop in, if he decides to pop in at some point, today at least, to show the thing that happened this weekend. But yeah, we've seen. Can I find it? I don't think I can. It's going to be the same thing as usual. This one made me laugh because they implemented something that they, you know, have like photo layout and so on. And when you know what it is, when you look at this, they basically all showcasing this as if it was brand new tech. This is what we call a 9 patch from Android dev first years, basically. A 9 patch is basically the split of the image that you are creating to make it flexible. And so you are simply flexing a small portion of the center and a small portion of the vertical and horizontal axis that don't really have details, and just repeating pixels so that it just works. So right here, for example, this section is flexible when it comes to the the top of the button, the center is where the text is. So this is not a flexible element, but it is what is going to drive the flexibility. And then in height, this line and this line needs to be higher, which I think goes in the video to make sure that it flex in height as well if that is necessary. But this is a concept that we've had since 2010, if not before that, 2008. First version of Android that I remember working on, we needed to, as designers, we needed to create and generate the 9 patches images. So yeah, as always, people are just creating old tech and branding it as if it was brand new, and it's something that they created. So I don't get it. Anywho, can I find the thing? It's not there. This is a new pattern. I know we haven't talked about patterns in a while, but this is a new pattern for the past months and a half, I guess. Multi-window, infinite canva for IDE and CLIs. Not even IDE, just terminals, window, and CLIs, so that they can run in parallel across all of your project at the same time. And this is what we call performative agentic. I don't know. I forgot the words. There is a very specific word for that. It is performative work. Nothing is happening in there. It's just like the agents are doing shit, but they don't do shit anyways. So it might be useful for some people. I don't think having that many things running on this at the same time is gonna make any sense to anyone. But it looks like you are productive, performative productivity. That's the term I was looking for. So this is something that is happening right now. It's a bit of a pattern. I've seen that many times so far. This is not the first one. We have another one that is called Collaborator, I think, which I think I have downloaded somewhere. But obviously, yeah, it is. Right there, it's the same concept, same ID, same person in the background. So that's the thing, but that's not the thing that I was looking for anyways. I'm not gonna find it. I am not gonna. I could complain about this one still, but I'll complain about it later. I mean, you've been here before. You know what I'm gonna say on this. There is a very small detail that just make this not a good design. And in order to create the UI, I understand that this is the path in which they want to go because it makes sense. Phils, well, come on in. I have something for you today. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. If you look closely, the disc vinyl thing in the background, you know, is spinning when it comes out. And Suyash, hi. Oh, also Colin, how are you? How have you been? I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, but I'm pretty good. If you've ever seen a record player spin loop, you know, probably as a video, I'm gonna use one of these because that's gonna probably make sense. There's something in there that just doesn't move, and it's the light position that is not moving in the slightest. So if you go into, I don't think I have Figma launched right now, but if we have, sorry, Figma is going to take a while again, and then this thing needs to get the fuck out because it's overriding my keys. And I'm going to go there, if you have a vinyl blobs, which is like this, and you are making it a vinyl color, whatever. And then on top of that, did I just turn into a slideshow again? I apparently did. I apparently did. Figma is just so bad. Uh, so if you have something on top of this, which is an angular gradient, right there, you then are supposed to get something along the line of, so that's my line for the highlight. And then on the other side, somewhere around here, I'm gonna have the opposite effect because, you know, it's basically how it works. So that is the, god damn, Figma is so sluggish and tiny and whatever. That's the vinyl effect, and people are doing this to show that it is spinning. This is not what's happening. In reality, when you have your record that is like right there, this thing is supposed to be, congrats on the 7 stream streaks, I appreciate that. Let's use a fucking wallpaper because it's gonna work. If this is spinning, if the vinyl, the record is spinning, this is the only thing that is supposed to be in a spin. That's it. The only thing that you can do in your animation to make it look like it's the real thing is this. Just that. Just a slight amount of wobble in the disc itself, in combination with this spinning continuously at the same speed, at the same rate, and so on. That's the only thing that needs to happen. But most of the people that are creating vinyl and record players and all of that are doing this spin of everything all the time, and it makes no sense. It basically means that the world around the record is spinning and not the record itself. That's not a thing. But then again, for stylized rendering, it makes sense. But also it doesn't. So, small stuff. Anyways, rant over. I'm still looking for something else. I'm probably not gonna find the thing in question. I know I saved some of the other thing that we need to talk about on my saved section, but yeah, I think we can take a look at this thing just for a split second. This is paper, by the way. This is made of paper, and this is a crazy amount of thinking in paper layering and how things are supposed to work together. They have so much details that you didn't think would be there in the first place that I'm blown away by this. I feel like this is crazy. But you know, small details. Anyways, you got 2 days off today and tomorrow. I just read that. That's great. And yes, if you have a link to that portfolio again, please send it in the chat so that we can take a look. However, before we do that, I need to do this. I may have done something, feels. May have. Probably. May have. I needed to experiment with it and touch it and see if it was really the issue that I had with it. So I did the whole thing. uh, I I did the whole thing with proper light mode, dark mode system panels that are collapsible, theming options if you wanted to have like different themes without like within the whole thing, navigation between and everything, replying, and it's all that. And then also the ability to just collapse something, reopen it, find the one that is not open. It opens, as we said, directly on the left side. You can put it somewhere else if, it needs to be there instead because it's not necessary. Then you don't need that or that. It makes sense. And then I was thinking, well, we are missing something, which is the DMs. So the DMs are now basically the same concept, and it works similarly. The sidebar is just the files because that's just the thing that would be in DMs, at least in my head. So far, it's working. There is still something that is breaking my brain that I don't really like, but uh, it's not a bad ID. So Kane has a pretty good ID. that's that's all I'm gonna say. That is the end goal here, right? It is Kane had a pretty good ID on saying potentially having tabs for the navigation makes sense, and it could be good. There are still things that I'm like, you know what, maybe that could change in terms of behavior, but I'm unsure. I'm at uh, the limit of maybe some of that could be simplified, could be extended, and so on. And based on the feedbacks that we've seen from the research that we've done on the last stream, people have been complaining about the fact that Discord has been changing their UI to be too wide, too rounded, too friendly, basically, compared to the previous iterations. And so, based on the fact that this is different, it could work. Um, but yeah, also I've done this teeny tiny thing, which is it's kind of cute. I like the animations. It doesn't change shit, but it's just it's tiny. It works. Yeah, it's fine. And yes, you can kind of send messages and shit. It doesn't work though. It's all of that is non-existent. But yeah, how much time did it took? 2.5 hours, I would say. Uh, maybe less. Yeah, maybe a tad less, but yeah, it works. There are still some things that I'm like, we're missing some stuff. But yeah, that's a neat system. It's working. Dark mode, light mode are working by default with this thing. Theme changing depending on where you are is also working. It retained the memory of what you have selected. So like this is pretty cool. There are still like a ton of things that I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't in dark mode, like I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have um like that reaction system working this way, mainly because of how uh, it's working. But I mean, It's it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, um, the thing that I have put in place so far is a very basic Vite, if I remember correctly, Vite-based system, which is working, and then it's pretty good. I'm really not sure about this section. Again, I'm not gonna lie and say that I came up with this whole thing on my own, because that's not the case. As we said, the demo from Define is the initial push that we had, which is basically what I took as a base starting point reference, which makes sense. I do like this as a separated tab system, but having just the tabs here and the channels being like a bit of a floating thing makes no sense. So I still thinking, unsure, and so on. I like what they have in the theming a lot better than what we currently have on my side, but that that makes sense. They have this thing which is probably more aligned with your WhatsApp ID, having like that background effect thingy. But other than that, like this thing is so nice. The fact that you have the saturation going full gray or full saturated, and you can be like in the middle if you wanted to, is a pretty interesting system. But that's about it. That's about it. And then this whole thing is just like kind of debatable. I don't I don't like it much, but it's fine. Um, so yeah, as a concept, I feel like it's okay. It brings something interesting in the realm of Discord things, potentially. And then having the ability to just add the servers that you are supposed to be in, or all of that, is a pretty easy system. The drag and drop is broken. I have a bit of an issue with it. It's a bit finicky. Nonetheless, it's fine. So I had to test things out. I had to make sure that it makes sense. I think it could again. I think this is a direction in which you could go, because um, it's different enough to be like, okay, I understand that there are differences and it's not just a new Discord thing. And it's familiar enough so that people will be like, okay, cool, that's a new version of Slack, or that's a better rendering of a chat app or something. So it it is not as rooted in Discord behavior, that people would be like, oh yeah, that's just a new Discord, and therefore I don't really give a shit. There is something about it that is pretty nice. So yeah, I would say that's the thing. It's fine, not the greatest, but it's working. Also, that I'm always lost to find back this one. Um, to have like a bit of a transition right here, but it is working, which I'm fine with. But I think I figured out what was breaking my brain um in here. And you're gonna laugh, and you're gonna say I'm a designer, which makes sense. That's the case. But I think this corner radius right there is is what pissed me off the most on the messages, and the simple fact that I I just did corner radius on hover. It's the same shit, but I feel like that may just soften the design a tad and make it a bit more accessible. I might be wrong, but we never know. Techie, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How's the V2 launch week 3 happening? So yeah, that might have been just the teeny tiny thing that you could have done to change my point of view on this. But it is nonetheless a pretty interesting thing. It's working fine. I'm still unsure about the plus button right there, because it's like, it makes sense, but putting it on the far right makes less sense even. So that's a weird thing. And then obviously there is a ton of things that I haven't thought about that you already have right here. So making sure that you can go into the details, do a call, do the search, which is something that I haven't done for obvious reasons. Like, it's this is a prototype, and the settings as well. Like, it would make sense for me to have a setting sections. But yeah, it's, again, the main goal was to proof of concept, making sure that it works, and if it did, see if it was a viable option. Obviously, the light mode is better designed than the dark mode. There is something about it that just make it more friendly and more accessible than the dark mode. So there is a lot of work to be done on the dark mode, but these teeny tiny shit are it's useless, but it makes sense. And that sometimes is all you need. You just need something that is useless but makes sense. But yeah, again, I still feel like potentially bumping things up in terms of the sizes could help readability for everyone. 125% is a big bump, and we lose a lot of height, specifically with that size here. So I could understand like a 110, but the 100% right now is the default readable system sizes and things. So, it's fine. But it's very much an inspiration for Slack when it comes to the channels. I took that as a base and made sure that we had something that looked similar enough. So very similar fonts, very similar spacing in between the icon for the hashtag for the channel and the title and so on. So that's a thing. The only thing that I don't have here is the voice channels, because I didn't think about it too much. And then one of the things that I was thinking about that I didn't do was potentially getting these to be messaging app styles, meaning that you would have bubbles, like real bubbles, so that you will lose a lot more in height, but having bubbles with a lot of space around them. And then if you are sending something, it pops on the other side, so that you know where your messages are compared to the replies of other people. But then I thought about it for more than 1 second and said potentially that will be weird, because you have everything on the left side for everyone if you have a big channel like the general channel, and then one message that is yours stranded on the right side, just looking at the others. I don't know, but potentially an interesting thing to think about, getting some more chat vibes. Yeah, that's the current place, and this is way too wide for my taste, but it's working. So If it's working out, why not? Why not? We never know. We never know. Eh, anywho, dark mode is really bad. I don't like it. So that's the thing that I worked in yesterday, basically. But yeah, it's a potential. I feel like it's probably a good direction to, as I said, be a good differentiators between Discord and the other. And then the other news specifically for you is I discovered this thing that I didn't know about in the slightest. And the reason why I discovered it is because apparently people are flooding to this app because of Discord's age verification thingy. And so their servers are not um, meant to receive that much users. And they're crashing. Like the app is basically crashing. So this still feels like something that is very much a Discord duplicate. I haven't had the ability to get like screenshot of the apps. I don't see anything in there like other than this, which is fine, but you know, that's all I know. So yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Dapshi, hi, we're calling. Um did I made a video about it? Yeah, Dapshi, I did. I did. I have a video about it already. Already. Um But yes, that's a potential thing that you need to take a look at to see how they have built the thing. If you are interested, as always. Um, but yeah, that's that is the current state. I know they have I think they have like a GitHub place thing where you can kind of, yeah, take a look at the code and so on. So that's interesting, you know, just uh just to check. But yeah. Yeah, the preview of Stitch is something that we took a look at on Friday, and then I just chopped it up and posted it on Saturday. I mean, the video is shit. I'm not gonna lie. Don't don't watch it, or watch it just for the views, please. But it is shit. It's a chopped up version of the stream, meaning that the pace is really bad. It's taking 20 minutes for me to say that it's shit because I'm going at the speed of things, and because I don't have access to my regular editor anymore because I stopped paying. I don't like it. So so far, I would like to re-record something about it, but yeah. Eh. Nonetheless, it's still shit. If you want the recap of what Stitch is, it is still shit. It's still really bad. It doesn't really do anything for the initial draft, as in you're not a designer or you're not a dev and you don't know exactly what you're looking for. It just doesn't do very good outputs. I have seen, I believe they are either in here or I put that in my bookmarks. Let me just check the bookmarks. It's going to be faster if they are here. I doubt, but we never know. It's not there. Good to know. Basically, someone did something that makes a lot of sense. That's always what happens. Someone is doing something. And they had created like a very strong output with Stitch and it looks nice, and they shared the prompt. And if I could find the prompt, that would be an amazing thing, but I doubt. Based on, I think the one that I liked, or the reply that I liked, was a reply to the post and not the post itself, so therefore I'm not going to find it. Cybersec, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Yeah, I don't know, but basically the prompt itself was as long as if you had written the entire code. It's really interesting to see like the prompt that they have created, prompt, the text that they have sent, because of that main reason of it is so detailed that you could have just wrote the thing yourself and it would have been as good, if not better, than using the AI to generate something. But yeah. Also, this needs, I need to check that. Um, yeah, that's one of the things that I wanted to do, and then I couldn't because Twitter API fees are too expensive. They want $1,000 a year for me to just access my own likes. This is not a viable thing. I am now just looking for something that is not visual, that is like just text. And obviously, I'm not going to find it. For the same usual reason that when you were looking to showcase something in particular, we cannot find anything. Which makes no sense. I also need to rant about something because I just saw their profile pic for a split second, and now obviously I lost them. God damn it. One day it's gonna be fine. I know, but when you don't know if you have liked the thing or not liked the thing, it's not gonna help. I basically need to go back into which post I have seen and scroll that. Yeah, I have your website right there. I saved it. I have saved it because we need to go through that. But thank you for sending it again. I will not be able to find this thing. That is for sure. That is for sure. God dang. My account is a problem, yeah. That I think that's the it's the biggest issue. I like so much stuff that makes sense and are relevant to the discussion that we have on stream, or not on stream, by the way. That it is really complicated to just find back the content in question. But these are like not today related, so they've had like such a backlash on the post that maybe if I look for posts that have been related to Stitch, it might be with an E, you dumbass. It's probably not gonna be there. Yeah. Same thing. Well, everything and everyone that is sharing like an outputted design of Stitch is showing something that is pretty good. Not gonna lie, like their outputs in there is not necessarily like a bad thing. It's just not good. So yeah, that's That's what it is. Pencil is better. Paper, I haven't tried it enough to be able to say if it's good or not. But yeah. Um, I mean, these bitches are. I mean, why not? But god dang. Anyways, I have so much so much things to talk about in there. This is shit. Nonetheless, nonetheless. So yeah, Stoked is something that you need to take a look at, Phils, in order to make sure that this thing is potentially good or not good. I don't know. The thing that I have done is potentially a good idea. Might need adjustment in sizes and so on. I need to tweak some stuff before I can send you the code because I think I will send you the code and the thing that I have. It's not a repo yet, so far it's just like living here. And it's not good. So that's where we are. Let me just go back there. And then Suyash, let me take a look at your website. Ooh. 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 I mean, refresh Nate. This is really cool. That's a very cool animation. That's it though. That's a very cool animation. That that's interesting. It does look pretty cool. The intro makes sense. It's a lot of text. It's not much, but it's a lot of text for what it is. The projects are pretty cool. The hover effect with the cursor itself is interesting. So you have that on everything. The current position is neat. Product makes sense. I see that. This is editable. If I click, I can move it. That's okay. I can't scroll. I don't have any options. You have the available for project here and the links at the bottom. I'm going to say the same thing as usual. First of all, this is really good. Not gonna lie, this is pretty clean. 125% for the zoom is always what I go for because it makes more sense. Your fonts are easier to read, more readable. The thing that I'm seeing that might be something that you want to check is that your hyperlinks buttons are very tiny. And so for someone that doesn't have like a cursor, you might end up with misclick because you are in between the two where you should basically be clicking like right here. I should be clicking on the on this thing. But because I'm right under the text element, it just doesn't work. So potentially making them a bit higher or more spaced out and have like a 32 by 32, 40 by 40 button size, even if transparent, would help a lot in accessibility. But you know, like that's the thing. This is good to have. I would say I would probably move things around. You have your products that you have like worked on here that I feel like I would put it in like instead of the intro and probably the project instead of the intro. Like basically project first. I want to know what you've worked on, and then I want to know your position and what you have been doing. And then who you are is something that is coming after the fact. Specifically, if I'm hiring you from this website, I want to know this first, basically, so that I can check stuff and say, okay, cool. So that's good. That's not good. That's fine. That's not fine. That's whatever. You know, like very much product based. Okay, that's a person that I can hire, and then potentially the position, and then potentially the about the intro makes sense. But yeah, nonetheless, that's a cool thing. If you had something like, we're gonna go back to Lapa with the portfolio section, and we're gonna go back to this one, which is the current reference that we have. Your sphere in the center is basically the cathedral presentation thing. If you had something that is similar to what they have, meaning that on hover of one of your project, you just have a bit of a preview. Not necessarily like the full thing, but something that give me a bit of a hint of what you've worked out on on everything. Like on hover, maybe something inside of the sphere could change. Maybe the speed of the rotation could be a bit slower so that some of the parts of the voxel that is in there is going to show like some part of the project. That could be an option. If that's feasible, again, I feel like the local share, which is a GitHub, not necessarily have like a visual hint of what you've done. So it's more complicated to do, but it's not feasible. So that's something that I would probably say. Same thing for the product. Have something like within maybe a screenshot of that first section. I don't know. Like whatever it whichever works, but having some visuals in there could highly help you in making sure that I have an idea of what you're doing. So small details, but potentially high impact overall. There is a ton of other people that are doing similar things. There is one that I have in my head, which right now, obviously, I forgot the name of their fucking thing. They have a very similar sphere thing in 3D. Um, and they have their project inside of this, but when you are hovering, if I remember correctly, the image is just growing on in place, but it's still rotating, so it's not the greatest. So just having it as a presentation might be a lot better than what they have. Like this one is very similar. It's not the same, but eh. um, this is a brand new version of the website. That's crazy. But yeah, shit like this, like that. I mean, it doesn't cost much to just have a small amount of something. But yeah, that's similar. That's not the one that I had in mind, but this is a very similar thing where you still have the grid itself and then you can click on the project. So yeah. Um Nonetheless, cool stuff. So yeah, and then you said on mobile we have something that is different. That's interesting. I would say it's a bit sad that it's cropped on this side, but that's fine. I really think the speed of rotation is too fast for what it is. Like you could divide this speed by 2. I don't even know if I can divide the speed by 2. I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. But it might help. It might help a lot. And then you have position, intro, like all of these things. This is weird. I understand, but this is confusing. So I would highly recommend you to not do that. If I click on position, I'm expecting it to expand up, but intro to stay where it is. Right now, it's switching position, meaning that my instinct is going to be, oh, that changed, so I'm going to click on that again, which is exactly what I did. And therefore, I'm just switching in between these two, when in reality, I want to do this, and then that. So, it needs to retain the position. So I would say intro stay there, but collapse itself, and then position take the lead and expand itself, and then project, and then blog. That makes sense. But yeah. Other than that, a very cool project, landing page, portfolio. It works. No, not even change at the bottom. It should basically do this. So if you have, I'm gonna use 5. It's gonna be fine. If I have this, and these are my 4 options, I'm gonna expect that if option 1 is opened, that's the behavior. Like that's basically what I kind of want to see. If I open 1, then the other 3 are underneath. But if I open this one, it's just gonna grow, and the one is gonna stay at the top. So if I said red, and then blue, and then cyan, like that's the behavior that I would expect. Whereas right now, you are basically doing this. So you are reordering the content based on what I clicked on. And so my brain mental model just doesn't fuck with this. Because I'm expecting to see, okay, that was the first, so it's still the first. That was the second, so it's still the second. And that's the thing that I have in my head. But that's it. The rest is fine. Speed is, I feel like, the thing that you want to have changed. It's cool that it's interactive, but yeah, it does. Right now, it doesn't add a lot to the website other than, oh, that's a cool thing. That's kind of sad. Have a good supermarket run. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. No, enjoy that. God damn. You're welcome. I mean, that's why I'm here. And then the last point, because remembering that this is the size of things that you are currently on. Do you have a light mode? I don't think you do. It wouldn't make a lot of sense. What? Yeah, you don't. Some of the things are very, very tiny, so links being a bit bigger would make a lot more sense. And then these buttons at the bottom could be a lot more presented, kinda. In the current realm of what people likes and what people are creating and presenting as new design, also that is great news, and I appreciate that a lot. I'm probably going to find something really quickly, even though it kind of died out in the past 2 days. That broke my brain. I should just go in my likes or go there. Yes, both are an option. These things, for example, for buttons, kind of make sense. It's a more physical, text-based, code editor-based behavior. So these icon replacements that we have make sense. At least it makes sense to me to showcase this in a very pragmatic, ASCII-ish version. Or if I probably will have some of that, in there for the same reason as earlier. A lot of people have been building a similar layout and similar things when it comes to the design, but like these shit is the new trend or the current trend. So that potentially could work for you in that case. I feel like you already have something that is similar, but it's not exactly the same or close enough. But a lot of people are doing very, very, very similar things. So potentially, I wish I could just launch that. That's an interesting thing as well. This was for Fields, but Fields is on the supermarket run right now. Where that's going to be faster. That is going to be faster. So not necessarily like exactly like this, but that type of interface is closer to what you're looking for, I guess. Potentially, maybe the the outputs that we have right here, like these rendering for ASCII buttons and so on, these make sense. But I mean, the interface is making a lot of sense on its own. It's working. It's simple. Hope that will not run now because I have dropped stuff. But yeah, like that. These highlights make sense. So for you specifically, I feel like potentially your buttons getting a tech rendering because you have like you have the text overlap that is like character by character writing system, which is not necessarily like the best option, but basically if you have that and that the font here is a bit broken, but nonetheless one of them look more like something that is clickable. And so if you just have like, I don't know, more space left or right or so, whatever for your buttons themselves, it's still text, it's still simple. But yeah, uh, that could help. It's not the most complex things to do, and it is the yes, my brain is right on this one. It is, however, the current trend, meaning that us as people that are on the internet that are looking at the designs in the industry and what people are doing will see this and say, well, this is exactly the current trend. So no real differentiation from the rest of the market. Everyone is doing the exact same thing, and therefore I don't know if I care about your product or your portfolio and so on. But someone that is outside of the market might not really see this as something that they are seeing every day. So that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, like again, that that style for ban that I did for my own I mean for myself, but like the fact that these are just very simple hover effect and simplification because it is the current trend and people are liking this, you know, it's a very simple thing to put in place and you end up with something that works. So it could be, you know, very simple for your buttons, your elements, your whatever, to stand out as that design style. But yeah, it is the current trend, which is the thing that I'm like the most reluctant about. It's just like, well, everyone else that I know is going to have something that looks very much similarly. And therefore, Do you want to stand out? Do you want to be similar to the current trends? Do you want to be someone that just, build something like this, which is fine. I like these. These are old. These are the type of thing that I used to play with when I was very young. Um, but it works. It's an option, but it can go in many directions. I feel like terminal UI is something that will always that was always work. If you want to go with something that is a bit more micrographics and cyber-ish, Gundam-ish design, it could work. It's a lot more work to put in place, though. That's something to be aware of. But it's feasible, and I think I have some of that techie. I may have used your board as a reference a lot. This one, I thank you. Um, but my graphics board now is a lot of the new realm of design, mostly um, in mobile, but a lot of non-mobile stuff. As I mentioned, this is the current trend in which, or the current direction in which direct designers are going toward. My brain right now can't speak. So creating something that is very much um, physical inside of an environment that is not physical. So you just end up with something on the side that looks like teenage engineering check and, so on. But there is a ton of these things that just stands out that are in that micrographics realm that you may be interested into implementing into your own website based on the fact that you already have the sphere and the other things. And my computer is going to die because I'm streaming at the same time. So if the stream dies, don't worry about it. I'm going to come back. But this thing is pissing me off because they can't really give you the size. Goddamn. These things are some of the design style that people are coming toward right now, which is basically video game websites, which is fine, but that is the current direction. These things from Oblivion have been really good. I have rewatched the last 3 James Bond 007 in the past few weeks, and their HUDs and their UI is very interesting for reference. Not practical, but very interesting. Like, this is impractical as fuck, but is it cool? Yeah, yeah. It is. It is. And this is something that would work for me. As in, as someone that has been mechanical engineering specialized in designing plans, like industrial design, blueprints, and things like this is what I went to school for. So if I was to tie that within my own website or within my own realm of things, it makes sense. For a lot of people, it doesn't, because potentially you don't have like the understanding. Nonetheless, it's still cool. I get it. I get it. I do the same. Um, but yeah, so that's I would say these are some of the direction in which the designers right now are going towards. And so you are seeing a ton of things that are like micrographics like here, or like this one, which is very simple but similar to what you currently have, and adding shit like this in small portions to just, well, put graphics elements here and there. So that's something that you can do to make things more interesting potentially. But as it stands, what you currently have is pretty good. And I don't think you need a lot more than this. It could, like, It could just be a cursor override is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to put in place, and also it's a pain in the ass for some users. So that depends on you and what you want to have. But why not? We talked about that, and I kind of did this once with the buttons presentation that I did here. Like shit like this, when it's selected, you have the corners that are sliding in. Some of the button grid thingy, which is supposed to be here. I double click this thing, Figma. You need to open when I click the files. So this one, for example, is a very interesting button. I'm not saying that this is something that would be matching the aesthetic that you currently have on your website. But, you know, it's still really cool. Something that would work for you, though, is in these big ass buttons might be shit like this, which is a bit of a weird thing. People are not doing that most of the time. Like, they are not combining the edges of two elements together with like an inner corner radius and so on. So that's a fun stuff. But that's about it on this button list thingy. I don't think the rest makes any sense for you. Yeah, cursor overrides are something that some people and some designers are really pushing, but a lot of the users just don't like it when you have something that follow your cursors that takes over the shape of the thing that you're used to look at. So it really depends on the person. Really, some people just like it, some people don't. And so if you like it, do it. If you don't like it, don't do it. But that's basically the current thing. So yeah, bigger button, more accessible font sizes, slower rotation of the sphere, and then potentially highlight and presentation of the project and all positions, all products that you have within the sphere or somewhere else. It could even be like just the background of the website that changes based on what you are currently hovering. You know, like just as an image overlay, it could work. Wouldn't be the best, but it could work. Right now, people are doing these. You probably have I've seen that like 60,000 times, but people are doing pixelations, ASCII rendering for every single website that they have, and it works, but it's not necessarily good. And then going back to what I wanted to talk about earlier that I kind of put on the side, this person has created this website, which is 100% along the line of what I was talking about, and I've been talking about for the past 6 months, I feel like. This is the direction in which most designers are going towards, which is a duplicate of Zach website. And Zach's website is just kind of the best option right now because they are using proper images and proper tape and proper things here and there to render, the output. And what makes me laugh about this one is that it makes sense. It's a fun idea. I get it. But if you are designers, which is not the case, they would have worked on that a lot more. They would have done something very, very simple of the other page would be the same fucking design. Because what the fuck is that? Like, I mean, this one has a bit of a hint of it with the font and the handwritten things around here. But that's interesting. and then you end up here and you're like, what the fuck is this thing? Like that is so out there and so different that I don't understand. So nonetheless, it's interesting. They have like a ton of things. Everything is like not editable, but like moving. You can do things. You can type stuff, and it's interesting, but that's it. Nothing else. So yeah. Nonetheless, still direction in which a lot of designers are currently going towards. So I would not blame anyone to do something similar. So that would be the direction. And then going back to what Techie has shared with me, which is officially a private board, but everything that is in there has been really interesting, and there is a ton of things in there that are good. As we said, um, this is this is laughable for me, but I get it. I get it. Um, I mean, I mean, I've been here for a long time, and so it's I. You know, some of my boards have nothing in them, like 400 pins and so on. But a lot of them, like the architecture one, I mean, the one that stands out and that makes sense to me, are the one in which I'm just doing um, and putting things in because it makes sense, nonetheless. Um, you had a lot of really, really cool thing. And again, when we're looking at this board, which, we are not looking at this board most of the time, but like I can tell the inspiration you got from specific elements, and then you'd be like, oh yeah, cool, it's a very neat thing that we could have in Kyoto. And it's really, I mean, I love that, personally speaking, as a as an experiment after the fact, where you then go back to the era where I was building Perfume, for example. You know exactly what I was looking at. Like, okay, that I was looking at paper texture, I was looking at handwritten font, I was looking at small handwritten, hand-drawn expression things, and then I wanted some stickers and some very simple gradients. And that's the realm of Perfume, and you're like, okay, cool, I see the references. I see I see what has inspired me to do something specific, and that's really nice. But then what I love to do about this, and specifically on the open board, is that if I just let it run, and that's either going to break the stream or break me. But if I go far enough in the past, which for this is going to take a while because 20,000 fucking pins, you will see something that is pretty interesting. Maybe, if I reach it. I doubt it. This is 2024, roughly. I'm gonna see if I can reach 2022, like 2022 eras and so on. But I have a lot of doubts because, well, it's a lot of things. Um, that's 2023. That's Japan. When I was in Japan. Um, Also, that's really interesting for me as well, as a reminder of my brain being able to just reprocess. Oh, you saved this because you were in that mindset at that time, like that. That makes a lot of sense. Um, But I think we probably will have something. There has been. I think for your question of which one has the most, I think it's the architecture one, just because I worked on that for so long that it's interesting. Um, yeah, we are still in 2023, dear. That's crazy. Nonetheless, here, very similar thing to what I have done in Perfume, and this is from 2 years prior, me thinking about building the app. At that time, I didn't really have any interest in perfumes that much. So that's interesting. Um, and that's basically what I want to showcase is that these micrographics, for example, are from 3 to 5 years ago in my own inspiration stuff, and not just me, like everyone's inspiration stuff. When these things came out, these types of stickers, these micrographics, these handwritten fonts, and so on, that have been popular at some point, they are now resurfacing in the designer's work because we all have been fed up with these types of design that we have seen so much, and now we are going into the other things. And the main point that I have said in the past few years of designers have always been kind of at the mercy of the devs, and since 2022 that's not the case anymore. Like nowadays, when you want to build something, you don't go find a dev to build the things for you as a designer. You just do the thing, and then you see if it works for you, if it doesn't. But most of the times it does. And because you have the skills to understand and present how things are supposed to be built, then the output is going to be designer friendly, and the code is going to be bad, but the thing is working, and no one is going into your code to check if it's written properly or not. If the thing is stable and working and not breaking, then you're good. So you see this? You see that specific one? This is a 2023, 2022-ish block within something that I thought was interesting. Is probably potentially something from 2021 as well, because we worked on that with CK a long time ago now. But this design right here is inspired by these ones. Same thing. 3 years prior, 4 years prior, me thinking about implementing this. And it's just the cycle of I have seen so much, like paper texture, IDs, what should be like rendered, how it should be rendered. If I go into Season X, which has all of my cards in there, like having one that has a bit of speckles, a bit of different colors of paper, different textures, different things. All of that is coming from some of the past work, research, explorations, and so on. So all of that to just say, design is a cycle. We are cycling through things. The stuff that I was interested at 3 years ago, 5 years ago, are coming back. And for you to currently put in place some of these micrographics and simplicity within the website is making a lot of sense. And you will probably change your website in a year to something that is more aligned with what you think is better at that time. And that probably going to be something that is maximalist and not as minimalist as what you currently have. So just be aware. You might go in something like this at some point, just because, why
Adam
not?
_D _dev is now following.
Adam, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I feel like I've seen your name, but I'm also unsure at that instant. But welcome on in. I hope you're good. Thanks for the follow. So all of that is pretty cool. This is not even 2023. I'm sorry. This is 2022. This is like still 2023. This is crazy. These stickers and these very strong fonts, hard arrows, and so on are stuff that I've put in place for some of the stream overlay that we've done. I think in 2022. Um, so this is goddamn. This is old. I think we will find the chat thing that I talked about on Friday somewhere in here because it's coming from one of these branding stuff. But yeah, also you can see all of my brain thinking where I'm more interested in fashion, I'm more interested in shoes, I'm more interested in like trinkets and hair colors and underwears and whatever, whenever. I have phases in my Pinterest feed, in which case you can see what is inspiring me to do stuff. But like, for example, this pin, I think I have it 6 times in 3 different boards just because I forgot that I have it. And, you know, it's fun. You want to follow more designers? Well, welcome on in. We do design stuff around here. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, I'm here to help. I've been designing for 22 years, so I have a tad bit of knowledge that I can help on. And if you want me to take a look at some of the product that you've worked on and do some reviews, feel free to share links and give me some context, and I can help. I can help. Um, but yeah, I mean, you can see that all of that is mostly hair at that in that period. And then these ones, all of these, have been implemented in Can at some point. I was looking at creating some teeny tiny things for the shine animation within the characters, and I I did an animation with these like kind of shiny things here and there, and it didn't really work. What the fuck is that?
Techig cheered X 1500. Guy can do cheers now.
Thanks a lot for the cheer. This is you see that that fuck was extremely well placed, to be honest. I just saw that in the replay. God damn. That's that was really well placed. Thanks a lot for the bits. I appreciate it. This doesn't happen often. I think this is the first time this year that we have received bits. That's crazy. It's crazy. I appreciate it. You probably have unlocked at this point. I don't know. You may have unlocked the bits only emote, but I'm unsure. Anyways, the thing that I was talking about is these, like that thing right here with the shine, is coming from some of these, making sure that I understood exactly how the shiny was working and so on. But also some of the stuff that we've seen earlier that Techie also has in the board related to Kyoto. These badges right here and right here are coming from some of the research and so on, and then the fact that it's just based on, the angle of my phone is the fun part. But all of that is coming from some of the past references and research and outputs and yeah. Which one? There is so many. This one? Yes. I will have so many. There was a period in which harnesses have been really interesting for me. So there will be a lot in there. You can see that now I'm on jewelry content. And then very soon I'm going to go back to shoes, because shoes have been a central piece in plenty. I have these, I don't wear them. I'm so sad about it. They are on the shelf right there. And yeah, it's just God damn. Also because of titties, obviously. But You can see that I was really into shoes on this at this period. And then isn't that I need to click on that. Isn't that the oh yeah, this thing. It is interesting. Um I don't know how I feel about it, but I feel about it better than the other ones that are supposedly that came in before that were supposed to be like the same thing. Um but yeah, it's such an interesting concept of basically the Rabbit R1 and the other AI pins and so on, but simply because it's a fun toy, then it just works. It just makes more sense. It's a keychain, and that's it. And then the fact that it has a camera and so on, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The fact that it's $400 though, that pissed me off. But yeah. Also, that cursor override with characters is a very interesting thing. Congrats on buying that. Congrats on buying that. What I was not sure, I mean, not sure, but when I was looking for a ring for my girlfriend at the time, same thing. You can see that I will have a ton of rings in there for no reason whatsoever. But all of these things, I'm scrolling on Pinterest. That's the thing that I used to do for 7 hours a day. So don't worry about me. One of the reasons why I'm going back to this and showcasing all of the variety of content that is in my pins is because sometimes the TDs are there and we like that, but sometimes this necklace, that icon, is something that can become a logo somewhere else. The fact that you can have some stuff like this that could be used for an advertising campaign work a ton. And so the inspiration comes from everything, and most of the times it comes from things that you are not expecting. So shit like this. I'm not for pregnancy. I think it's dangerous and you shouldn't do it. Please take your birth control. But this is pretty cool. Like this is pretty cool. As a concept, you can see the pregnancy state based on how much patterns is showing through the dress. God dang. That's an interesting concept. So, same thing. I could put that within, I don't know, maybe you have an app that rewards your streak, that rewards you showing up, you being active, and then the background effect is showing up the more you are active, like a streak meter that is just showcased by the pattern in the background being more and more visible the more active you are, or the other way around. Maybe it just fades out. Something that I've done, I don't think I have that here, but something that I have in this one, where depending on how good or bad your entry is, the line on the side is going to be more jagged or less jagged, mostly based on the mood. So if I do something that is very much I don't like it, like these ones, for example, the mood bar is like very jagged. We don't like it. We hate it. It's not something that we want to have in the collection whatsoever. So it's not going to work. But if with time the thing becomes more interesting to you, then you can see that it just softens up the more you're wearing it. So that's an interesting thing. Same system here. You're wearing the dress while you're pregnant. It becomes bigger and bigger just because things happen. You know, it makes sense. It makes sense. Did I see that? I may have, yes, I have. It is. It is very cute. I agree with that. It's very similar to um, what we have here. Very, very, very similar project. But yeah, me too. I mean, as someone that started as a physical type of thing, I would love to go back to create physical shit like this because this just makes a lot more sense to me nowadays because creating the physical and the UI as at the same time is just so interesting. But it's also so complex, and unless you are in one of these buildings in Taipei or the ones that are in Chengdu that just gives you the access to the manufacturer that can spin up a PCB in about 3 seconds with the shape that you are requesting, uh, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. But yeah, like you need the environment like that. To me, for this to work, it's just the first version needed to be 3D printed with a square screen that cost nothing and a teeny tiny camera that is good enough to understand the environment. And then the PCB was square, like that. There is no way around it. And then the more things happened to the software, the understanding, so on, that person probably bought like a circular screen and said, "Oh yeah, let me see if this works within the thing that we want to have. Like, does it work with the accelerometer, the gyroscopes to understand how things work? Cool, it does. And then does the camera really see the thing that it's supposed to be seeing? Can the system understand exactly what needs to happen? It's really nice. But yeah, it is so fucking complicated to get everything, but then you end up with these. And obviously this is gonna work. Translucent tech coming back? Of course. Of course it works. Of course people like it. Of course all people like me are like, oh dude, this is the thing I grew up with. Kinda. But yeah, that's very cool. You probably also have seen these things. The people that have the folder wallet things make sense. The people that have made these interesting folder SSDs as well, as a concept, and then it just came out. But like, yeah, I was right. It started as the most 3D printed things. You mean Rive? Basically Rive, but simpler. This looks like I know. This looks like the NFT era 2021 software creation for generation of profile picture based on systems, as in defining the eyes, the pupils, and everything else and then just going through the entirety of the variations possible throughout the software, which, again, we've done that as well. I forgot if I called that NFT, if I called that something else in my... I may have. No, that's not. That's not the one. Did I call that collectible? With 2 L's? I did. I did. At that point, at that time, I basically said, you know what? If we had different like background stuff and different mouse pieces, eye pieces, beard shapes, hair shapes, and then we can generate variations with skin tone, with everything, then we can create a small amount of pretty interesting things. You know, why not? It's fun, it makes sense. And then you just go into the graveyard of everything else, and you're like, okay, Figma is not meant to handle all of that. Not like this. So it's that was like before we had generation engines in the NFT space, and that I basically did all of that by hand. all of that by hand. Just so I can just have like multiple emotes, you know, that is the only thing. That's the only ID. This one still is my favorite. The girls one have been really cool, and I haven't talked about them or showcased them in a while. But yeah, the Starfire. Yeah, Annie. Of course. Of course. It could come back though. It could come back. Very simple, very easy system. But same ID, just simplicity. Anyways. Moving on. Moving on. So yeah, no, I do know that it has like a lot of haptic feedbacks. It had accelerometers, it has the camera, it has shock detection, if I remember correctly, based on the accelerometer and so on. And it has a ton of things that are really impressive for the size of it. Like initial size, but like now the star shape as well is very cool. It just makes sense. It just makes a lot of sense. And when you look at, as I was saying on Xiaongshu or the others, a lot of these AI small buds, like these ones, are going to be probably coming into the market like a lot more than expected, based on the simple fact that if it has a face and a use case that is not like an active use case, then it makes sense. And I know that this is sounding weird for some people, probably, but if you have something and you think about the Rabbit R1, for example, the reason why it didn't work is because it was requesting you to do things. You were supposed to do some actions in order to take advantage of the R1. These ones, you don't do shit. You can do shit, But on its own, it's a cool thing. It's a fun thing to have. It's a nice buddy that is on your desk. It's a nice thing that for these ones are takeable with you on your bike ride, on your car as a dash cam, and that makes a lot more sense than having to do the actions manually, pressing the button manually, and so on, and not have like to think about it too much. It's just like, well, I have this thing to do, and it just does it for me if it's necessary to be done at that time, but that's it. So that's I think the the small one is like that's the reason why it's working. It's just it's a mix of uh old Tamagotchi behavior and just the new tech. We've seen like shit like this as well, that it's useless. Do I want one? Yes, but it's useless. And it takes like so much battery, and it's probably gonna die at the end of the day. But it just makes sense. And it's cute. And it's fun. And we like it. And there is a person that is doing something very similar for the side of your Mac. I don't know if you've seen that. But yeah, to me, it's just like a very simple Tamagotchi-ish thing. And yeah, I mean, the trinket realm, for someone like me that is very, very Japan-oriented, a lot of people in Japan have so much things on their keychains, including animated things, but a lot of them are just static. If it had a face and it behaved properly, god damn. God damn. It's stuck again. Fuck off. So, yeah, there is a lot of things that could be really cool, um, in the creation of these new carry-on AI assistant and so on. Uh, what do you mean this is your go-to fit? Uh, that looks like is it Holy Grail? I mean, it looks similar. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be in that realm as well. I mean, you can kind of, you could kind of tell earlier on this run that I have some of these things that are like very much tech oriented, like that shit. These ones are way too expensive for what they are. I have a bit of an issue with the bright colors that most of these things are using, because they are always the same, and they don't look as comfortable as other things. But also, I feel this might have been just me buying on Chinese reseller instead of official merch. Most of the time, I've been disappointed with the fit and the cuts of these things because of basically how they are. It's just like, it looks really cool on the picture, but then when you receive them, the print is bad, the cut is bad, and yeah, is it? Yeah, I guess Holy Grails are kind of similar, but these ones are older. They used to have like a ton more shit like this, which were really interesting, and I love that as well. But yeah, it's the same fucking color every time. Like I haven't seen a single one that is green. Every single time when you have accent color, it's either the red ass thing or yellow ass thing, but you don't see an acid green option. You don't see a bright pink. You don't see a blue. Like it's the all. It pissed me off. I don't. I yeah. Ah. Is it Black Taylor? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Black Taylor has been like in the beginning of me being interested in cargo pants and so on and streetwears. Very interesting because their pants were like $10 because they needed to make a name for themselves, and then they started to up the price and up the price and up the price, and now it's like $80 for a pair of pants, and I'm like, fuck off. I don't like this. No. If that's the thing in question that you were talking about. Probably is. Based on the current discussion. Yeah. Eh. I don't know. I feel like this is uh, the pieces themselves, right? The pieces themselves are going to be very basic. The thing that makes it interesting is the fact that they are printing the own design. So that makes a lot more sense. But other than that, I don't know. And you kind of need to like this style in order to figuring it out. Like, is it good or not? But if it is your style, I get it. I get it. I like it too. It's just like the illustration is not necessarily the type of thing that I would have for myself. Um, I even though not necessarily similar, but similar. uh, Nonsense is can you fucking get in? Nonsense is sometimes has good drops, really, really, really sometimes. And most of the times it's just like it's just a print. And that's why I'm like not really into the whole realm anymore. It's just like it could have been better, it could have been more subtle, but they had like one specific drop that is from I think 2 years ago now. That was really cool. That was very subtle when it comes to what they had created, not like in your face as much as the rest, and obviously it's not in there anymore. But like that, to me, that's only that good. But then when you end up with the thing that is probably in the back, you end up with something that is not as good. I really have an issue with the when the back is more interesting than the front. Like I kind of want to see the thing, but I can't. So, you know. Anyways, yes, I agree with you. These are interesting. The fact that they are 21 doesn't make any difference to me. That might be a weak take. I don't know. But the fact that they are 21 doesn't change in the slightest the fact that it doesn't really matter. If you're good, you're good. And if you've been trained to be good, then you're not that good in a way, if that makes sense. Um, if you have if you have the vibe, the understanding, the thing that works for you, um, I'm like, well, yeah, I get it. I understand why this is the way that it is. I understand that the cut makes sense. I know that that print in that place makes sense, and I get it. Then you're kind of good. Like there is no need for you to be 12 or 32 uh or Murakami. Like it's just you know, it doesn't really matter if you understand, like, for example, they have the understanding of that shape working for them and they have their own realm and world and places to create things, then yeah. I don't know where they are coming from, and my brain made a lot of assumptions, obviously, but in order to be willing to explore your own creativity and express yourself that much, you need a level of financial freedom in the beginning of your years and or a level of freedom from yourself and your brain to be able to express yourself properly. That is not necessarily something that is achievable by most people. The financial part is also one of the most important thing, but it is the truth. So the fact that they are 21 doesn't make any difference to me because the probability of them to have been able to express themselves and explore themselves, that sounds kinky as fuck, and be able to just say, well, this thing that I do seems to resonate with me, probably happened really early on because their parents and all their caregiver and the people around them allowed that to flourish way more than if you were in an environment that didn't really give you the opportunity to just say, well, yeah, you can be creative if you want to, but we need to eat something, so figure out something else because your little cat drawings will not pay for rice, and that's all we have. Like we can't buy anything else than rice. We can't buy anything basically. So it's it's either in one direction or the other. Of they have had a level of like freedom that is like allowed them to explore, or the extremely poor on the other side, and they didn't have a choice. They had to figure out something that they were good at very, 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 very fast to just be like, cool, this is the thing that seems to be tracking and it seems to work. And if I go 600% into that direction, there is 100% chance that I will have success and I will be able to eat tomorrow. Like that's the type of thing that can happen. So there is both extremes, but if you are in the middle, if you're in a comfortable place and you can eat and you can do stuff, but you still need to think about your future, the creative side doesn't exist for your parents. They're like, well, you could, but you could also go into a place where, you know, you will get some money and you will be okay with it. And therefore you end up being an accountant or I don't know, someone that has a 9 to 5, or you are in a place where your parents are like, well, maybe you will be dead next month, so do whatever the fuck you want. And then you create something really interesting and you blow up with that because that creativity of maybe I'm dead tomorrow and I don't know is also fueling you. And then the other side is just, well, you have whatever times, money, and everything that you need, so do whatever the fuck. Therefore, it's interesting. So but yes, 100%. If I remember correctly, into 2010, 12, I'm gonna be safe, and I think I'm gonna say 2014, but I think it was 2012. But just to be safe, I think 14. When I was spending my time on Behance and Pinterest, I have found so many very, 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 very talented people from Uzbekistan, from Hungary, Ukraine, Russia, um, Pakistan, Iraq, and all the places basically that people are not looking at. And nowadays, I don't see, I mean, I don't spend as much time as I used to, but I don't see as many creative people from these eras of the world because it's been destroyed by a very specific type of people. Start you with U and end with A. Yep. So, you know, it's a bit of a weird thing. But yeah, there was like so many on my Behance feed. There has been so many. Maybe.
Mahibi
Come on
raided my
in.
stream with 9 viewers.
Thanks a lot for the raid. Highly appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. If you need a raid and run, please do that. If you need a raid and stay, please do that as well. We are currently chatting about creativity in general in the realm of being rich and being able to be creative, or being about to die and being able to be creative because we don't have a choice, which is pretty interesting as a conversation. Uh, but welcome on in. I hope you are good. If you have a call in 20 minutes, please prep for your call. Prep for your call. But thanks a lot for the raid. I highly appreciate it as always. So I was about to go on to Behance to go on to some of the things. The issue that I have with Behance is that because I was in there when I was 13, 15, as a guy that loves titties, I can't really show you my likes. Because in there, I mean, in the past, most of the posts that are in there are going to be safe. But there is a ton of photographers, there is a ton of illustrations for, like here, for, references for your drawings and so on, where people are just naked. And as myself, as 15, 16, that was very interesting. So yeah, Behance has been like filled with a lot of really interesting things, a lot of very cool projects that I've seen in the past that are like Korean that I'm seeing here. Phil's, welcome back. That are very creative and very interesting that we love to see. So, but also titties, so it makes sense. And that statement is interesting. I don't know if that is a tell Um, there is so many loopholes in the AI generation uh, realm right now that could be beneficial, and some people could say that the AI generated content is artistically interesting in some cases. Most of the cases, we are in an agreement that it's not as creative as it could be or should be. It's just like very fast and simple. And a lot of people are saying something that I do like, which is AI generated stuff is for conservative people because they don't want something that move them or make their views change. And I feel like this is one of the best representation um, of things. It's just like, well, yeah, the conservative people are like very close-minded in a way, and they can't really think outside of their own box. And if they do, they feel weird. So they want to see things that they've already seen, but maybe with different color. And that's about it. So they want something that they know. They want the familiarity of the content and the simplicity of what they already have played with or seen. So there is no discovery. And if there is a discovery, it's a bit of a mix of things that they already have seen. But there are creative use of AI generation. They are just not in image generation, because the image generation is always going to be something that already existed before because it had to be trained on that. I feel like the AI generated art pieces which exist that are cool are the interactive pieces. As in, if you are someone that is doing um, some motion capture and like P5JS reactive environment, that when you are stepping foot on the floor, it creates a wave as if you were within like a pond or something. The fact that this has been coded and the code has been generated with AI, and that the tracking system and so on is an AI generation thing, can still be creative and artistic without being as thefty as it is. But at the end of the day, it still is. So I understand, it's a bit of a weird dilemma. And then the fact that you are saying that the UAE is basically okay with AI generation thing, they are mostly conservative, so I get it. I get it. I'm scrolling through to make sure that we don't have a lot of titties in that scroll back up, but I kind of want to show you some of the creations and stuff that I've seen. I'm going to stop there. But in these projects and all the stuff that I have here, there is like so many projects that are coming from Ukrainians from way before things happened in there. There is so many things that are like updated for or from different part of the world that you have never heard of. Probably some projects that are way different than what you would expect from someone from that country and so on. And so these things are, again, not AI generated because that didn't exist at the time, but you can see how the AI generation have been impacted by these projects that I have right in front of me. Like most of these things, if I'm like here, for example, these things are so unique on their own that some of the AIs now are creating something that looks similar but are not very much the same. Some of the thing that we've seen, um, like these mascots, now are kind of in the need of being AI generated because people have lost the ability to create things that are such personified characters on their own. Like they could do the same thing with Blender or Cinema 4D and so on, but it's so much faster to just generate the thing that they go with the fast track, which makes sense. So, eh. To go back to what you said about the UAE, I think in the realm of the NFTs in 2021, we had a lot of um, NFT people that were coming from there as well because of the technology as well as the creative part of it, of generating something, but also as well as the money part of it and being able to just flood the market with so much money in no time that obviously it will win. So I get it. But yeah, again, you can see how shit like this that has influenced me for so long is now in my own app because it makes sense. Labels and print is something that just make so much sense when you're building UI and you want to make it like more premium. Just look at print labels and stuff. It's just gonna make your UI so much more interesting. Because at the end of the day, they all have tested out and tried to figure out what was the best representation for the feeling that goes behind it. Like you want to showcase that this thing is premium. You want to showcase that this thing has characters and it is like a unique bottle. It's something that will be there not for so long. Like the one that I have right here, which we've done and talked about a long time ago now. It's dusty as fuck, but that bottle specifically has this on the edge, and then you have the numbers. I have the 11th out of roughly 200 bottle right here, and the illustration here is from my ex. Everything that's in there is from my ex. The ROM inside was pretty good, so I like that. But this is basically what makes the bottle premium and more pricey than it was supposed to be. It's the bottle label that has been slapped on it, and the fact that it's the bottle 11th out of 200 that helps for some reason. So, labels, shit like this just makes so much more sense to elevate your own design and apps and website and stuff. And right now, a lot of people are coming back to these themes. So, makes sense. But yeah, like most of these things is just like, I think these ones are Ukrainians. I've seen so much Korean, Chinese, Japanese people that are creating like such an interesting thing. Like nowadays, these type of projects are referenced as reference only for the AI to generate something that is similar, but it's never as good because it's like there is a lot of human touch behind this. And I love that. You can see the inspiration on everything. I guess one of my greatest advantage on this new realm of kind of physical UI that is popping off right now is the fact that my brain, for some fucking reason, can just remember. And it's just a matter of, oh yeah, this thing that I've seen, and I know where it, and I don't know where it is, and I can't find it, but I know how it looks. And I know how we could use something similar. Like that is a very interesting concept. It's very simple, but it works. And, you know, like reusing something very similar for branding is something that just can pop up in my head in no time. So this is a bit of a style that is coming back right now. These types of illustration, which are the Tokyo illustration types, kind of coming back. So, you know, same thing. Everything is just a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, inspired by something, which has been inspired by something else, has been inspired by something else. Like it's always the same. It's always the same, but it's cool nonetheless. Anywho, I need a pee, but then we can go back on Yolko if you have things to show me, Phil. I had a thing for you specifically, when it comes to potentials and like what we currently have, and I think I close it so it doesn't really matter. But I thought about potentially having within the version that I made that Kane bring to us last time, of maybe saying, you know what, that's the wrong fucking thing. That's not what should happen. Like basically saying maybe the users in here might want to get access to the Discord-like experience, and also like not having the sidebar is not going to help. And so saying instead of having the tabs, which is the Yolka-based default system, inside of your settings, you could say, oh, I still want to have my servers on the side as the Discord stack. And because this version of the app is just a container that can be moved however the fuck you want, switching the top section for a side section for all of your servers and gaining that height, it's not a bad idea. It's just like a very reorganized things for the entire thing, because otherwise, like if you don't have that top section, all of that needs to go somewhere else. So you need to have the search that goes back into the main channel. You need to have your DMs that goes back to the top, like Discord is doing, and then your notifications and the thing that are about you to go back where it is currently on Discord, which is at the bottom of the channel section. So it's not impossible to do. It could work. I really like it in light mode. Sorry, it could work. It could be an interesting thing to have in the features. But then the reason why I didn't do it, and I could have, but the reason why I didn't do it is because I feel like if you add it, it implies that you don't believe in the very much different top level navigation with the tabs for the project. Like not you as yourself, but like me as myself as the designer, or me as myself as the thinker that is there, and saying like, well, if I provide you the ability to have an orange, and I tell you that the business is all about orange, but you can still have strawberries if you want to, but the business is about orange, but strawberries are available. It feels like, well, the business is not about oranges then. It's just orange and strawberries. So that's the small part when I'm like, and I don't know. I feel like maybe it could be interesting to have like a change of setup, but I also understand that potentially probably this is not going to be a practical thing to do. Um, but it could make sense in the same way that Windows 12, I think is the one in question, will allow you to have your tab bar at the bottom, at the top, on the right, on the left, wherever you want it to be. And therefore, if you just do the exact same sidebar thing, but stacked, and you can let the people place it wherever they want, that could be an option as well. It's just like maybe it could be at the bottom. That would be kind of weird, but why not? Like if you want tabs at the bottom of your app, you could just move that at the bottom, and then you have the search, the everything that is just somewhere around here. And then if you put it at on the sidebar, it's just the same thing, but it's stacked, and therefore the names are not displayed, and you just have the profile picture instead of anything else on both sides. This is an option. Just like, where do you want the stack to be? That potentially is a thing, but I don't know. I was thinking about it. But that would be in the settings, and because I didn't do a single thing regarding the settings, it doesn't make a lot of sense. One of the things that I've done though, that is pretty good, debatable, but it is pretty good, is the system of saying, if we are here, for example, the container for the input field where you would have your message has a max width that is not like full width. So right there, for example, I have that full width input field, and I feel like it something is wrong about it. So that's why I said, well, this should be something along the line of 680-ish. So that makes more sense, at least to me. So I did that, and it doesn't grow when it's like wider. If I have more content, I have more content, and that's about it. I do still feel like if we use define as the demo, which is basically they use the same system, when you are going into a discussion, you have that thing that I was talking about of having side-to-side messages, and because they all have this kind of 700, not 700, 800-ish width for the message itself, it is dynamic and interesting. This is mostly like an email client, so it makes sense to just, have that. But nonetheless, it is an interesting thing. I still feel like the back and forth in left and right is a pretty interesting concept when it comes to a one-to-one conversation. So maybe in the DMs, there could be something that is more of a bubble-like system, and in the regular channels, it will be something like this. But that view right here is what I don't like about the entire thing. Like, I feel like this is not good. Like, you're missing so much information, and on the Discord server, you would probably always have the channels open, So at a minimum, this would be there. But even here, I feel like it's kind of empty. And if you open this section, which should be a bit wider, by the way, don't worry about it. It's fine. It still is missing something. But because I went toward the feedback that was tracked of people saying that Discord having too much wasted space, I wanted something that was a bit more tight and condensed. Then this is more line with the request from the people. So it's complex. It's a pain in the ass nonetheless. So we'll attempt and see if things can happen. But yeah, as a concept, I think it's good. Again, I feel like it's good enough to be differentiated from Discord. And we still, I mean, from my point of view, we still need to use these colors instead. That's that is a different definition. And also I don't have like half of the features that you have, so it makes a lot of sense. It's working though. I would say that's the thing that you have. It is working. It's doing the job that it's supposed to be doing. So like, you see how this makes more sense? I know it sounds weird, but the fact that it's condensed and compacted and just a small window makes a lot more sense than if I'm full width. Like, as soon as I'm here, I'm like, there is so much nothing happening in the center of the view. Like, why would anyone do that? And then same thing when I'm looking at Discord specifically, like on the Clo, we have like a ton of things for the presentation and so on. I guess text general is going to be the thing, but a message that is that long is going past the readability recommendations that we have, which is 7 to 12 words in width to make the user really like okay with reading. So something like this, like that width right here, is good, but something like this is too wide to make it enjoyable to read. But then you can still do that. And that is way too wide. So maybe there is a need for the main chat to be like 800-ish, 900-ish max. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about it. Like right here, it makes sense. Condensed, it makes sense. But if it's like not, this thing makes absolutely no sense, by the way. Like here, it's starting to be a bit weird. A bit weird. Also, this is weird. I don't like it. I don't like it, but it works. Other than that, yeah. I think one of the reasons why it might be more appreciated from your point of view to have this UI compared to what you currently have is there are small details, and me as well. There are small details in the effects that just make the UI a bit more appreciable than the rest. So having that kind of fade at the top and having it also at the bottom, which right now is a bit too strong, it needs to be like a bit more faded. As I said earlier, the fact that we have pretty simple corner radius right there, rounded content in the tags for the current date, you know, like all of that might be the reason why it makes sense. But yeah, also I still have the very basic shad cn rendering, but because AI is an AI, and you know, it just decided to generate the icons on its own instead of using a fucking library of icons like I don't know, hero icons, something else. I thought it did because this is the mistake that hero icon has, where overlapping points are darker than the rest, but no, everything is just like generated as VGs, and that makes no sense, no sense whatsoever. So I feel like the chat messages benefit from a max width of 800. Close to RAM value and centered in the container to see. It does. Pencil does have the design systems that are pre-selected, and if you don't select one, it will use ShadCN as a pre-selection, I think. So that's one of the reasons why it makes more sense. And ShadCN is using the, I forgot if it's hero icon as a base or someone else's, but yeah. Dang. Yeah, that looks like shit though. That's what I was scared of. I kind of knew that this would be not as good. I guess if I make it 48 RAMs instead of 50, then the messages would be aligned with with the side of the input at the bottom, roughly. Because we're currently at 8, and therefore if we just make it slightly less, that could work. Yeah. But still, now there is something that is missing that just doesn't make any fucking sense. I guess maybe the sidebar being the same width could help. Could make sense. Also, it is currently in pixel, which I don't like. That's better. Alignments, as always, you know, like that's the type of thing that you want to control, making sure that you have the right segments, the right things. I still don't like the central part, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's fine, but just not as good. That's better. And now the question is it better because I'm used to it, or is it better because it is better? Like, this is bad, but this is better. So, I don't know. It's probably because I'm used to it, which is the sad part. It's like, it just feels right because it looks like what I'm used to. And Slack is the same, Discord is the same, the alignment makes sense, it's within the main container. If you have more space, it feels weird. It allows you to have like a wider image if there was an image, and so on. So I noticed that you used, I guess, hard-coded SVGs is gonna be the things instead of lucid icons or hero icons. But it's no question mark. And let's hope for the best. I don't think it's gonna work. But it could make sense to use it, a lucid icon type thing instead. Yeah. Lucid React is gonna need to be rerun for sure. So that's something that needs to happen. We'll see. God damn. But it works. It does work. I don't know if you can plug that within your current backend system. I don't know if that works. I don't know if this is something that's gonna kinda be good. Yeah, it's still missing things though. At one point, I tried to have both of the panels being separated as floating bars, and see if that would make more sense. But for some reason, it didn't really work. I mean, it did work, but it didn't really work. Again, using define as a base, having like floating bars is cool, but wasn't necessarily working. And then I said maybe have like the channel without a background and the sidebar without a background, so that when it opens is just like things that are sliding in, and the main content, which is the chat, is the highlighted section. And when I did that, the issue was because we have the tab going up to here, it felt disconnected from what is the current content. So that's why I kind of kept the everything connected situation right there. But there's still something that just maybe the dividers could be a bit more visible. I don't know. But yeah, you use the fucking SVG on demand for plus icon. I get that. But for the core icon, nah. That makes no sense. Look at this banana. Look at this shit. What the fuck is that? I'm not gonna lie, the whole DM section was done in about 3 minutes. So nothing is aligned. Yeah. It's really bad. I mean, I don't know why cursor has been so slow. I've been trying to do something else, meaning um, get void to work for me, which it doesn't. But I've been trying to have void work, and so if you don't remember, void is an open source EID that is a duplicate of cursor, which is basically a VS Code fork that has the ability to run the models on your own machine. So if you have a powerful enough PC and you can have like LM Studio runs with their own server node things running at the same time and have your own LLM run on your own device, it's going to be a lot cheaper to do, mainly because it's going to be free, kind of. So that's good. But, you know, it's, are you kidding me? I think I need to rebuild because this is not this is not rendering, so let's do that instead. Man, brave, welcome on in. No. Local models, depending on the models that you have, specifically the newest ones, would be as good, if not better at times, than some others. For example, Kimi K2.5, which is the one that I like a lot. If you get the whole model on your device, it's a model that is about 250 gigs for the small one, and I think 680 gigs of space for the model in its entirety with everything that it has as of 30 days ago. So for most things, it should be fine. These are the right icons. Nice. That's so much better. Yes. Okay, cool. These icons are kind of tiny, though, I'm not gonna lie. That's tiny, but it works. Let me just check. You know, it doesn't, it doesn't cost us anything to just look. In the latest things, that I know we have, the latest Kimi, this one is 240. It is not written. It's the 30 billion, it's a 32B. There is the newest one that just dropped from Qwen, which have 240 billion parameters as well. And then I don't know if Hunter Hunters? I think there is a new model that came in with like 1 trillion parameters. I think. So yeah, even the Quen 35B is good enough, and it goes to like 40 gigs with the max 45. The one that I have installed here, which I wouldn't be able to run at the same time as the stream, so that's why it's kind of sad, is really good so far. So yeah, or simply a Mac Studio. Like that's the thing. I know we joked about it and we talked about it before, and you know, it's there. But if I go into the, why did I do that? If I go into the Mac Studio and I just buy one and I do the thing that is supposed to happen, which is get one of the Ultra chips because that's what you want, and you make sure that this shit has like 256 gigs of RAM, it's gonna cost you everything forever. You know, like that's the no financing. What the fuck? So it's a bit. I know, I know, I get it. It's 750. I get it. But it will run any anything. It will run anything, which is crazy. Uh, so there's that, which is pretty good. Yeah, but you don't get the rest. Like that's the thing, and I get it. A lot of people are saying, well, for that price for the Mac, for that price for whatever you are trying to achieve, like if I do one of the new MacBook Pro, which I know that the latest one, specifically with the chip in question. Why are we sorry? Let me just go back there because that buy button is not supposed to be. It is supposed to be here. That's interesting. If I just say standards with the max chip and the max GPU, and then the max things around here, same situation. It's 2 terabyte by default. I just want one, but that's fine. It is cheaper. Not by much, but it is cheaper. And you get the entire thing. Like that's the I get that one of the Blackwell card that are, I don't think I can see the price from here. That is 1 million yen. God damn, that's almost 10K. I mean, that's a bit less than 10K. It's 9K, roughly, in yen. And in Japan, things are a bit more expensive, but you get a card. Do you not need a CPU, some RAM? Do you not need like a motherboard? Do you not need like a screen and so on to run this entire thing? You do. So at the end of the day, this card is gonna be more adapted potentially, but at the end of the day, you still need the entire thing of the operating system that runs it. And so going for something like this, which is yes expensive, but by default you end up with like so much stuff in there that you can then use, that makes a lot more sense, at least to me. That I'm like, you know what, I can live with that. I can live with the price on this one. It pisses me off because it's so expensive, but I can live with that. and it's based on the current RAM prices, it's pretty fine. Do we have, yeah, right there. Very French. I think I can get like $700 for mine right now, so that's not the greatest, but again, that's like 6K just for the fucking RAM. I get it. What? Eh. It will run everything. It will basically be able to have on-device models based on the fact that it also has like so much N NPC, like the neural processing unit, NPU, sorry, not NPC, NPU, within it. It's just, it will work. Also, this is pissing me off. In France and in Europe right now, when you buy the Mac, you get the computer and the cable, not the brick. You don't have a charger. That is not a thing anymore. You cannot get the charger. Gade, refused. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How have you been? How was your weekend? How was your last 3 months? I haven't seen you in a while. Last year, basically. You haven't been here since 2025. Oh my god. Yeah. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? Also, welcome with the raid. I do agree that you are limited to some very specific things, meaning that you basically have video editing, AI stuff, and potentially that's about it. So yes, I mean Blender is pretty good on the Mac. I don't. When I had a 3080 in my computer, which is not the case anymore on the PC, the Mac was faster at rendering the same scenes, which I know is crazy to say, but it was the case. So this Mac, this M1 Max processing CPU thing, compared to the 3080, the Mac was faster. And on paper, it seemed like it wasn't gonna be the case, but yeah, it was. So yeah, no, that's a thing. But yeah, if you have Manbrave, if you already have the server rack, the infrastructure to receive the card, yes, I get that. I would get that. There is this thing right now for a lot of other things happening for building like servers and AI on demands and so on. That makes sense. But yeah, it's yeah. In which case, I get it. In which case, I get it. You know, it's fine. It makes sense. And specifically here, the thing that I said last time is if I get, this is still not gonna work. It's, yeah, it doesn't fucking work. Would that work? It doesn't work. Would that work? No. If I, the fucking shortcuts just doesn't work. Apple.com right there is going to send me back to France. And so if I go into not France and I go in Japan right there, and then let's add another split again. And let's go back to Apple.com. But we have the things for each of them. If I check the max and I go back to the same thing, because it makes sense. I'm gonna do everything at the same time for no reason. So, also this whole thing is absolutely not organized because right now I can't see shit. It's supposed to be visible, but I'm guessing, can we convert that to a vertical split and have the 3? Yes. So this one is done. Let's go back to the top on this. We want this to be a 16. We want that to be the black version. We need the not nano textured version. We want the max chip and then the maximum amount of CPU cores because we are streamers. And then here we want the 128. Same thing for the whatever. No Final Cut, no Logic Pros, and no trade-in, no Apple Care, at least not on launch, not on buy-in. This is 800,000 fucking yen. So that's a lot. 16-inch, black, standard, max, 40, 120. No Final Cut, no Logic, no trade-in, buy-in, no Apple Care, which, again, the reason why I'm not taking Apple Care if I were to buy it on the website is because my Apple Care is in Japan, and so if I pay the Apple Care with the Japanese rate, it is so cheap compared to the one that I'm supposed to pay in France. So basically the French one is going to be $15 a month. And the conversion with the Japanese one is $7 a month for the same thing. So I like that a lot. So compared to this, 6,249 euros is roughly $6,500, $6,800. And then this one is about 7K ish. It's more expensive now. So it's way cheaper to buy it in the US, which makes absolutely no sense to me compared to the previous rendering of this. But it's interesting nonetheless to see like the difference in pricing and the fact that basically still buying it in Japan is going to be way cheaper for me. So, we'll see. But yeah, the price differences are, they are crazy. I don't get it. I know that Turkey is still the same thing. But that's the thing that makes no sense. That's the thing that makes no sense. The tariffs did not affect Apple in the slightest when it comes to their pricing in the US. Like the US prices are the same and cheaper than the rest of the world, whereas before that, before the tariffs took place, the rest of the world was cheaper than the US most of the times. And now it's the opposite, which is kind of wild. Yeah, that's that is also true. Yes, that is also true. Also, Refused, you said that you wanted to turbo your car. What are you working on to turbo your car? You said you are grinding. Some things just like a 10% increase in sizes for some of the buttons and the sizes and things could help. Maybe. Um, it's not a gold-plated Apple logo. It's a silicone-based Apple logo, which is a very specific type of glass, which cost a lot more than gold. Yeah, it did do that. It did do that. Which is, I mean, I get it, and it worked apparently, right? The tariff didn't really affect Apple, which is pretty good. I mean, it did. It did. If we go into the 5 years, you can see that um, it was growing, it was neat, and then right there, it just dropped to a lot lower than expected, and then we recovered, and now shit's happening and it's going back down. My portfolio right now is in the red for everything. Yeah, no, that's true. But the prices are still the same, which is pretty cool. I mean, so nice that they had to figure out how to create the MacBook Neo in order to make some money on the side, which is pretty impressive. But if you want to, just be nice and see some stocks and be like, cool, that's the Figma stock has been amazing at going down since the beginning, and I'm really happy with this. I am so happy. It's so nice. I'm gonna tell the story again because it makes so much more sense, and it will make you happy. Figma goes public, decide to sell shares, and the people that are going to resell the shares of the company are saying, well, we are willing to buy your shares at $33 per share. And Figma was like, yeah, cool. That sounds good. We have that amount of employees. We have that amount of shares in total. That's going to be X amount of billions in valuation, which we all agree in agreement with. So let's do that. And then the people that bought the shares are saying, cool, we have bought them at 33. So let's put them on the market at 80. So that if we do everything right, we make a profit, and then, that's right. They put it at 80 on launch day, basically. It goes up to 120. And then since then, it just goes down. And it goes down. And then it reached the 30 that they bought the shares at. And then it goes down. It's been going down ever since, and it's like at 23 right now, which I'm really happy with, because Figma shouldn't have been valued at that much anyways. So that's a good thing. And then when you look at the Adobe stocks in its whole time valuation, $30 was around here in 2001, and then it just went up, and it went as up as 600. So which I doubt, but if Figma can stay alive for the next basically 15 years and be stagnant in stock market price, maybe we can have a rise at some point, but I doubt it. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. Yeah. I feel like, and that's gonna be a bit of a weird thing. I feel like some of the icons in some of the buttons are the same size. Which they probably are the same size, but it's just like not contained properly, as in that button right here and that button right here, the plus is very, very tiny. And then the collapse here, even though it's a very smaller button, it is tiny. So maybe there is a bit of an issue. I mean, these ones make sense, as they just said. The composer makes a lot more sense because it is where things needs to happen. But I don't know, like all of these are the same size. All of these looks tinier. These ones make sense to be smaller, but like the plus needs to be bigger, at least the same size as these ones. So yeah, 13, 12. I mean, 1.4 in the theme picker makes no sense, but whatever. We'll see if there is an issue with consistency. The other thing that we need to have is going to be the settings section. In order to make sense, but we'll see how I can do that. Yeah, that plus is a tad bigger now. Same thing here, which is, I feel like it's better. It kind of is. It kind of is. But that makes sense. That makes sense. What else is bothering me? This is not necessary. This is not necessary, but I might just do it for the sake of doing it. In the channels panel, we have folders, and on the right side there is a plus icon. This should be a chevron that collapse. The folder instead. Would it make more sense to start the messages at the bottom instead of at the top? Well, yes. It kind of is the case. It's just that when you are starting the conversation, you stack top, and then when you reach the limit, you are pushing things up. So from here, for example, if I have something new right there, the first message is at the top because it's at the top of the page, and that's like where you are supposed to read. And then it's just going to stack, and then when you reach a point where you have enough messages, the messages are going to stack at the bottom. But what you're saying is that you basically want to have the first message be right there, like next to the box, and just empty up top. Yeah. I don't know. Again, not saying no. But I don't know if that would make sense more than what it does right now. Ah, that is so much nicer. That's so much better. one of the channels, one of the channel of the folder that they are currently collapsing, currently with an L, collapsing, we should collapse the rest, but keep the channel visible, I guess. This is very much an arc thing for me, where I have like one of these things and you just get into one of them, it's going to open the page in question. And if you collapse the folder, that currently active page is going to remain open until you basically close it, in which case you just go back to the rest. So that's, and also I know you didn't see shit because it was behind my camera. You don't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But yeah, that's the behavior. This is the worst. Welcome back. This is the worst prompt I could say. Just smooth these things out. It makes sense though. It's a very simple thing. It's working. Uh-huh. No, you didn't. I don't know. I'm not against it. I feel like it's gonna be the same thing. I think it's a different mindset and both work. It's just starting at the bottom and then pushing them up is as okay as starting at the top, pushing them underneath, and then always focusing on the last one. I'm guessing based on the code implementation, the version that I currently have might start the page with the content of the chat at the top, first message, and then scroll down to reach the position in which it is supposed to be, which is not something that we like. Like you would have an auto scroll to the last message, whereas your version of staying at the bottom is basically saying your new messages are now at index 0, and because you have a reversed scroll that start at the bottom, then you end up with always being at the bottom, which makes sense. The thing is, if you take a look at Discord, for example, and we go into a place where I don't have, well, I haven't been in for a long time, I'm now at the spot, which is where I left the last time. So I end up here because that's the last message that I've seen. I was there a long time ago, and then I have like the 7 new messages. So this is a bit of a weird thing. I feel like both would work. It's just anchoring understanding that needs to happen for you in the whole system in the back end to figure out exactly what needs to happen for the scroll back. But I mean, if you would prefer for the messages to start at the bottom, it's fine. We lost the channel retention if it is the current one. So, you know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe that works. I don't know. Maybe it works. That should be there, basically. When you change the orientation. Yup. I mean, if that makes more sense to you, then we good. Nothing else to say on this. You just always end up with the last message at the bottom, which is, I mean, it's fine. And now now we lost the scroll. I think, again, going back to what we said earlier. Yeah, no. That doesn't work. I mean, it does work here, but then you end up with something that is weird. It might be just I'm used to it and therefore it makes more sense. Did you bring back the thing that I said we shouldn't have? Not you, but like... Yes, you did. Bitch, what the fuck? That's not... Yeah. Nah. Sorry, something weird happened here. Wow. This is so bad. I'm almost tempted to just go back up in what I just said and just say change the fucking thing to start at the bottom. But I think I'm gonna do that. That makes no sense. Yeah, right there. In the in the chat. To start from the bottom instead of the top. Make sure we keep the scroll. Again, this is what AI is good at, right? You do something, it's shit, you go back, you can throw it in the trash even though something else is working. So that's what we do. Right now, it's probably going to go through the same thinking system of saying if we have a flex and on the flex box that is the container for the chat, then we would have the proper system. But it's probably not going to figure out that this is going to fuck up the scroll. And then I'm looking closely at the message inner to see if it adds back the 50 rems max width, and if that's the case, I'm gonna have to remove that because it's not the case. Are you telling me that you are adding a spacer at the top of my message? I have doubts. I have so much doubts. I mean, it seems to work. It seems to work. So, I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. Great. We want to be able to collapse the channels groups that currently have a plus icon on the right instead of the chevron they should take. Hope for the best. Hope for the best. That is better. I don't think the flex spacer system is the right way to do it, but I understand how it works. Technically speaking, this is how I would have done it in SwiftUI. So, you know, it's a version. It's basically just adding the fucking thing. The issue that I have is that if it is 0 pixel, it's still something that is contained right there, but I don't know exactly if that would make sense. So we'll see. We will see. The issue that we had a second ago, and the reason why I reverted, is because the channels were basically saying the current active channel is going to be at the top of the channel section, and so it was reordering the content all the time. So that's not what we want. That's so bad. Why is there a fucking plus? Does Discord has a plus directly inside of this? It's a right click if you want to add a channel. I mean, the channel addition is not there. The channel addition is here if you have the ability to do so. Great. That's shit. The plus icon with the chevron. Adding a channel. Should be on right click. The top plus. Or on right click. That might work. So that will mean that I will need to have the drag and drop added as well when it comes to the channels themselves, so that you can move them between the folders. But yeah, Kane, hi, welcome on in. We've done your ID. I went ahead yesterday and kind of created the thing in a bit of a better system. And right now I'm just collapsing folders, which makes absolutely no sense, but you know, it's there. But it's working. You know, it's working. It's not a bad idea. There was something that I'm like, I still don't know if this is the way. I like that to access my servers. Right now I can't access like a new servers or create my own. So there are stuff that needs to be happening, but it is working. And that thing is just so wrong. I'm gonna check it out. Can I open that here? Before I click. I think yes, but we never know. I mean, nonetheless, I can just do that just in case, you know, that's an option. Oh, you were doing the same thing as well. Yes. I see. Yeah. You went with the tabs, and I went with the Opera Edge tabs things. which works. Which works. Everything works. No questions. Everything works. I mean, I'm still playing as well. Don't worry about it. I mean, the issue that I have with this, even though it works, is the fact that the relationship in between the content seems to always be like linked to it, and so it just that's one of the things that pissed me off on Friday. I was like, I don't know if this is gonna work, so that's what I did with the container. And then mainly because this is a copy of Arc, or a copy of Opera without the sidebar, basically, then it's just this tab, instead of being the URL, it just needs to be the current server that is selected. The thing that I don't like is the fact that the close server needs to be there, and therefore lets like so much space in between the servers when you're just looking at the row. They have like, I mean, it's good for separation, but it seems as if it was like so much distance in between the servers, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe that could be better. Maybe there's something about it that just would help. But yeah, that's I mean, I know what could work. I'm not gonna lie. I know what could work, but what could work, to explain, is basically the close is not there. It's an overlay that goes on top of the text, and the text gets truncated. So you get like an ellipsis, a dot, 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 and then the cross on top. So that will probably at some point on hover crop the text, and that's not exactly what you want. You want to see the full name, I guess. But yeah, we have the same IDs. We have the same IDs. There is, I mean, there is no other option. That's working. Titles and chevron. Oh, that's gonna make sense. Yeah, I mean, basically every tabs, like you can see that right here. You have the name that is truncated, and then on hover is just truncating more and having the plus that just the cross that is on the edge. So it's basically the same thing, and it's an option, but yeah, that's good. Collapse, open animation. It is currently instant. And we'll see if that helps. I tried to do the arc theme system, and I have something that is similar, but it's not good. It doesn't work the same. But it's for the 3 points of the theme colors. So you end up with like where you want your colors to be, and you only have 3 points. So if you this is transparent right here, this is not transparent right there. And so I can just move that around, which is okay. But it's Stony, hi, welcome on in. It's a pretty cute system. It's working. And it's also providing options for me to just do that and have like the edges way more transparent than they need to be. But you know, it's fine. One of the things that I wish I could do is select one of the colors and then change its color here. Because right now that's not an option. So I might have to do that at some point. But yeah. How are you, Sonny? How's the day going? So much better. So much better. Okay, so that works. That you forgot an S. That makes sense. The next step is drag and drop of. Great. Now we need to be able to drag and drop the channels and move them out of the folders and in another one, or also outside of the folder. Even though I don't know if that is a good idea, but you know, drag and drop. Reorganization and so on. The thing that I know, because I've done this in Ban had a very, very bad implementation of the drag and drop in the first place, where it didn't, like, it didn't really recognize where you were until you were at a very specific point related to the next block. And with that in mind, you ended up with moving things further down or further up than you wanted to be. So that was a mess. Now I'm going to try to make this thing work, but I don't know. I'm looking for a GitHub repository of 100 agents that enhance code performance by 75%. Someone knows what I'm talking about and have the link. I would appreciate it. You are talking about superpower, I think. I think that's the one. But these are mostly skills, not necessarily what you are talking about. So I don't know. Yeah, superpowers is something that is kind of new, as in the community has been figuring it out for the past 3 days. That's what I mean. I've seen them before, but that's the first time I'm seeing this. The other one is the fish. Fish. Do I have it here? I think I do, but I forgot the fucking name. Myrofish is the other one, which might be the one that you're talking about, which is a swarm of thousands of agents going together and trying to figure out something and be predictive. And on paper, and based on what we have seen so far, it seems to be pretty good. But to be checked, I do not know. I don't know enough to be able to say, well, yes, this is going to be really good. But you may have seen that logo a ton. It's been really, really prominent. Most of the GitHub is going to be Chinese. Sorry. But it is pretty impressive when you look at everything that they are doing in there. So there is that. There is also Carpathy predictive enhancements. What's the name? I forgot. Mizzy, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? That's not the one that I have in mind. And then the other one potentially is a collaborator, maybe? That you are talking about. I forgot if it's two L's, one L's. I have it anyways. So with two L's, um, collaborator is no. Yeah, that thing is a way for you to get like multiple agents and multiple terminal things working at the same time on different tasks so that you can just play. It's a bit of a infinite canvas things. So there's that. Jonathan, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? If that's not the thing, can you give me a... You were so close. Can you give me a little bit of information about what the agents were doing, other than making Claude better? Because they all do that. Because there is so many options and so many things. The impeccable that I talked about last time is similar, I guess, but it's mostly design related officially. Like this thing is just ensuring that the design is not I see. So this is design related. The thing is, I mean, the way that you have defined it, that's the thing. You said I'm looking for GitHub repository of 100 agents that enhance Claude performance by 75%. That's go back in your watch history, figure it out. You'll figure it out. Yeah, but you can go back. I don't know if I can do that here. Maybe not. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not from here. Yeah, it's not gonna be in there. From my phone, I have the ability to just get the... that's gonna break so much. Damn. You can go in there. I know it's on TikTok, but you have the same thing on Instagram. And you can go into the activity center, and then from there, go into the watch history. And then from there, you will have everything that you've watched. So you can rewatch the things and just see every thumbnails. Maybe one of them is going to stand out to you, and you will be like, oh yeah, no, that's exactly the thing that I was looking for. Like this past, and I was looking for that cat specifically, or further down and so on. Some titties, potentially, probably. But yeah, like that's the thing. It is available here. That, by the way, sorry, why did I do that? This one pissed me off. This good pose for her face. Listen to this. Listen to this. She's saying this new AI tool magically find you leads and customers in like B2B around you, untapped business things. Good, great. You can see the title right here. It's called Origami. And it's an AI agent to find leads. Right? Cool. What she wants us to do is to DM her the word origami in all caps so that she can send us the link to the website. And in the comments, everyone is just typing origami as if they were about to receive a DM. Let me just do something crazy. I know it's crazy. Origami lead finder AI. Oh wow, it's the first one. Are you dumb? Like, she gave us everything. The name, the thing that it does, and the fact that it's an AI, and then you just look on Google and you find the thing in one search. But no, everyone else is like, oh yeah, well, send her a DM. God dang, I hate this platform. Anyways. What is this one? Ah. I see. Isn't it the same shit? Can you shut the fuck up? Sorry, I can't hear that. Also, I can't read that. It is. So let me be clear. The guy willingly typed it wrong right there. God damn. I mean, the internet is pissing me off. Wait a second. Here's the link. If you're looking for this. Also, Gurav, welcome in on YouTube. How are you? How's the day going? How have you been? I just saw that you popped in. So, yeah, I don't know. If it works and if it's good, then great. I now have it in my stuff. We'll see. We will see. I get it. I get it. It might be useful. I feel like it's the same as the agency agency agents thing that has been popularized 3 months ago, 2 months ago, which basically was supposed to be the same thing. I would highly recommend you to do something a bit different. And I forgot exactly where it is, so I'm just gonna go into the Anthropics AI. I think it's in there. I forgot if it's in Anthropic or if it's like in Claude AI. It might be in Claude. Basically, there is, or they have an article specific around skills. What are skills and how to create skills? I just don't remember where the fuck they are. But as soon as you understand how that works and how, like, how you should create them, you will understand how easy it is to create these agents, because these agents are just skills and skills are just MD files. So they have a whole thing that is explaining exactly how to create skills, and I forgot if it's in the, I forgot if it's somewhere else. I just know it is somewhere, and it works. It's useful. It would be extremely useful for you as well. And some of the things that I was planning on doing as well, but I didn't because it seems like a waste of time, is creating a skill for designers that basically a design skill on top of things, because most of them are not like as rules. I mean, the skills are just fucking rules, so it's the same. It's the same thing. I forgot where the fuck it is. It is somewhere though. You'll probably find it. You probably already have it. Um, but it's somewhere in their blogs, and I should probably find one by just doing a bit of a. God damn. Um, I think it's in the courses. I might be wrong. Yeah, right there. I'm gonna kill some people. Why did you stop? Why did you stop the music? That makes no sense. Um, so yeah, the introduction to skills is free. I mean, most of the things inside of the Anthropic systems are free and pretty useful, you know, to just learn from there. So nonetheless, if I just give you the direct stuff, Miles, welcome on in. Or welcome back, I guess. Um, how is the day going? How have you been? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't think they have like any other things related to skills when it comes to this. Um, so this could be useful as soon as you again, as soon as you understand that this is exactly uh the same thing, as in it's a fucking MD file, it's a text file, that's all it is, then you'd be better. You'd be better off. It's gonna be much better for your life. So it'll be easier to put in place as well. So to do that, maybe it's gonna be good. Other than that, I didn't know about this one. Now we do have it in the back end. So I'm in the back end of my head. So we're good with that. I'm good with it. I'm fine with it. What we want to have here was the drag and drop. So right now we should be able to reorganize that, and I can put it, I can't put it outside. Uncategorized is not supposed to happen. So that's interesting. Moving it back within is an option. The uncategorized is moving away. Can I move that? I can't move that. Okay, cool. That's a good start. That's a good start. Um Organize the folders, because you want to organize the folders as well, which makes sense. I should have said something about the uncategorized section because that makes absolutely no sense. I think what will make sense is adding 12 points of left margin to the channels within a folder and remove the uncategorized section. Yes. Still, yes. Also, Denny, hi, welcome in. Of course, of course. Um, I have my phone on the side Marcy. I have my Android phone on the stand right there to, you know, see it when I'm not looking at the chat. I'm still missing messages, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's normal. It's normal. It is normal. Absolutely normal. Um, and also, Mars, welcome back from the vacation. I saw that, and then my brain just forgot. So my bad, my mistake. Where were you on vacation? Did you move on? Did you move somewhere? Did you explore the realm of possibilities? Why did you go with Whoop? Whoop is fine, but that's not that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to stay there. That's the wrong thing. I don't know if I like it. I I get it. I get it. What I don't like about it is the style. I think that's the main reason. I I feel like this is more uncomfortable than uh than the ring. So I get that. For the subscriptions, I I agree 100%, even 300%. I absolutely agree with you that the subscription is a bad idea. Um, and I don't like it. I don't like the fact that the ring has a subscription, but I don't have to pay it because I'm an OG. So because I'm one of the first to buy one of the Oura rings, I don't have to pay for it. So that's good. But as I said many times, the Ultra Human ring is uh, the other option. Grab yes. They have no subscription, and they are doing the exact same thing that Aura was doing in the beginning. So Aura started with no subscription, and then they added it. It's the same price. It's the same thing. I'm expecting Ultra Human to add the subscription, but yeah, I also have doubts. But if you are right now looking for that, it's good. However, and I'm gonna say that again because I've said that many times, I have beef with them for one simple reason. There is a designer on the internet that had a friendly chat with a person that is a member of the team of Ultrahuman, and they talked about a design that they have created for, like, I feel like was the Apple Watch or an activity tracking system, and it was just a friendly chat. And then 4 months later, they saw their own design within the Ultrahuman app, without compensation, without talking about it, without anything. So I have a bit of a beef with Ultrahuman, but if you like the no subscription, I get it. I get it. It's cheaper. But I don't support people that are just blatantly just ripping other people and other company off by saying, "Oh yeah, let's have a chat. This thing looks cool." So, other than that, I get it. And no, to answer your question, I do not work out with the ring. I take it off mainly because I hate scratching it, and I already scratched it underneath, and that pissed me off. And also, it's not comfortable to do anything at the same time. So I have my watch that is basically the same thing. I'm using the Withings, not the scan watch, but whatever, it's the same shit. Um, I'm getting these ones, and it's fine, but it's the same idea. If I do a kettlebell workout, I'm not using the watch either because it just bumped back on the watch, and um, and it just makes no fucking sense. So, yeah, that's the. I did show you um, one of the watch. The one that I like is the regular one, which are these ones, the sports one. The thing is, and specifically for you, this would work better. The reason why I love these things better than the others is because they have this magnificent thing somewhere along the line of, um, and right now I'm in Japanese, so that's no, that isn't going to help you. Let me, uh, give you the English version. uh, dang, that is that is the fucking reason why I love we things for everything. There is no other smartwatch on the market right now that is able to give you 35 days of battery. Um, this is on simple tracking, steps, sleep, and that's it. So it's very simple. I get it. And like heart rate and so on. But 35 fucking days. Whereas your Apple Watch is 26 hours? Maybe? Maybe. And this thing is doing proper, like connected to your phone, is doing proper GPS tracking when you're doing or going on a run, if that's something that you do, or on a walk or something. When you're doing your workout, you have your heart rates, the regular calorie burning things, all of that. And with things being in partnership with a lot of hospital and medical institutes, it is a lot better when it comes to the data that it's getting, specifically for the things that are supposed to be medical, as in the BPM, the blood pressure, which I need, uh, the not the BMO, the where you at? They don't have it. Temperature sensor. God damn, I forgot the name. Um, is in there, but again, again, now it's a fucking subscription again. And they were not as friendly as Aura and giving me the subscription for free because I've been buying them since they were French, then US, then French again. So that's sad. But they still have a fucking subscription to go through, and it is $100 a year, which is not nothing, but it is kind of nothing, but it is not nothing. So that pissed me off. I don't use the subscription. I don't pay the subscription. And I still have like the basics of the app, which is fine. Like you can still use the thing. But, like that's the thing that they have had it anyways. It's better. I like with things for that reason. The story behind it is really good. I talked about the story before. Basically, even though that's unrelated, WeThings is a French company, which should tell you everything already. But it's a French company. And I discovered them in 2013 when they just started. And they just had like the first watch and so on. And so I bought one of the watch. And then they got acquired by Nokia. Nokia decided um, to buy them back for, I forgot how much, but I think it was like 11 million or something. And so, because the French got acquired properly by the Nokia brand, and at that time, Nokia was really bad, in a very bad place, and we don't understand why they have decided to acquire a company for that much money. It's I mean, it makes absolutely no sense, but they did. They did absolutely acquire the Wissing, the company, and so they did some watch and some devices here and there, but it didn't really work. So at some point, they decided to sell the company. And guess what? The creator, the original CEO of the company, decided to buy back his own company for less money that they gave him in the first time when they acquired the company. So basically, he got a deal to get his company acquired for a lot of money, and then he got another deal to get his company back, and uh, and now has the company. And what is fun is that I have one of my watches that says within it, and one of my watches that says Nokia within it, because um, I bought things at different times. So it's pretty fun. It is pretty nice. But yet that is a nice story. And these fucking watches look so good. I love this. I love this one. It looks so nice. So neat. It's so neat. But it has so much stuff in there. Again, temperature sensors, heart rates, blood pressure in some departments here and there, sleep tracking that I used to use, but then I did piss me off when you have like the band for whole night. It's just But again, 30. I mean, the one that I have 25 days of battery. These one 35. No brainer. No brainer. Ah, yeah. That no. Um, you know. Whoopsie Lloyd. Hi, what morning? How are you? How's the day going? Welcome back. Um, it's an interesting system nonetheless. It works for tracking. The sleep tracking was pretty good, and that basically the reason why I got the ring in the first place is because that looks like shit. Is because the the watch was a bit too much for me all the time, and then moving to the ring was a bit better, even though it's not the best because it is kind of thick. Um, it it still works, and that's the reason. The warp is fine, but it's the same system. When you're doing the kettlebell reverse, if you do that, I don't know. Like I forgot exactly. Um, I'm gonna do that in the fucking images. You probably will see that movement right here is sometimes just if you have like a smaller one because you're not that strong yet, you could like basically just break the glass of the watch if you're not careful with it. So I'm not wearing it when I'm doing this. So maybe when I'm stronger and I can have it like exactly on my wrist, and the kettlebell doesn't like bump it on the way back, maybe. But then again, here like it's basically destroying it, and you can see that it's like not placed in the same spot. Like it's basically inside and not outside when you're doing the workouts. That just makes no sense. So usually just don't get the ring, don't get the watch when I'm doing these things. Does it make sense? Um, yeah, yeah, I do too. I do too. Okay, so that's working, but it's not working. It's a bit sensitive in the drop. Um, it's working. It's working. uh, could we add the drop zone for both the folder or the channel? Um, that's a very wide question. So yeah, other than that, uh, the ring is good, the the watch is good. I know that right now the slimmest of rings, if you were interested in that, is the Samsung Smart Ring, which is slimmer than the others. When you're looking at them side by side, they do have a bit of a weird thing when it comes to their shapes. So they have a bit of a concave profile, meaning that it's flared out on the edges and not the other way around. When you're looking at the Aura Ring, for example, they are kind of a bit more rounded, and the Superhuman is very flat overall. So it's interesting. Superhuman and the Samsung Ring are kind of similar in terms of thickness, but the Superhuman is only here, whereas the Samsung Ring is all around. Boy, it's a fine thing. When you're looking at this, for me, that thing, which is the stylishness of the Samsung details, whatever, they basically are trying to duplicate that new indentation that we've had on the Aura Ring 3 and 4, or I think just the fourth one. And it's just, I mean, it is a blatant copy of the design, and it's just much better here compared to what Samsung has done. So that looks like shit. God damn. But that looks good. And they also have, on the Aura side, they also have some of the thickest one, the ceramic ones, which are really interesting because they have a ton of colors. They have like 4 different colors that are not the common colors that people would have in terms of rings, like a white ring, a bit of a teal, and a pink purple ring, all pretty cute. I do like them, but then the regular rings in regular metals, with the one that I have is this one. It's the black one. I love the like gunmetal stealth thing because it has like a lot more texture to it, but it also is prone to scratching. And then they have the same thing in titanium, brushed titanium, which is fine. And I love the gold, rose gold version, but it's also like 550 instead of the regular at 400. So there is like $150 more for the 2 golds, which I get. I understand. But yeah, these ones are pretty nice. The good thing as well is that Aura is so old as a company compared to the other ones that they often have the ability to do discounts around Christmas, around some of the holidays, and so on. So you may be able to find at some point a discount code to get one cheaper, or a period of time where things are just discounted on the site. So it's useful, but they are thick. Just be aware of that. They are thick as fuck, and therefore getting a sizing kit is necessary, and would highly recommend you to do so. But yeah, no, I love these things. I like them. I like the design of the app. I like the charging dock. Everything makes sense. It's neat. So yeah, no. But yeah, that's the thing. Uh, that's gonna be bad, but we're gonna try it out. That's better. Not what I asked. I meant more like the whole rectangle that is equal to the thing that is getting dragged and auto reorganize behind while the drag is happening, like like a drop zone, like a phantom ghost version of the thing. Um, Also, yes, Tony, by the way, because you missed the beginning, um, I have very bad news. uh, Cursor added like a message in my dashboard, which I closed now, but added a message in my dashboard saying that my subscription is going to renew on April 19th, and on the 19th I'm going to be moved into the new plan, so I'm going to lose this plan. The probability of me being unable to build anything after April 19th is extremely high. So yeah, that's one of the saddest news that I had so far. I might be forced to learn how to code by hand, and I don't want to do that. The difference is that it's going to be usage based, meaning that my one request costing one request, regardless of 2 tokens or 15 million tokens that I had so far, is now going to be based on the amount of usage that I have. And so, because it is 0.8, like 8 cent per request for Claude, then I am going to not be able to pay anything, because right now it was $30 a month roughly, and with usage base it's probably going to be somewhere along the line of $80 a day. So I am probably not going to be able to do so. So right now, I'm exploring the ability and the probability of getting everything running on my computer, and that's why I was looking at Macs earlier. I can't. That's the thing. I can't even afford to pay like the $200 a month. Yeah, the $200 a month plan. Like my $20 a month Claude subscription that I already have is very limited, and kind of works with my ability to get like some But yeah, that's broken. Uh, so we'll see. We'll see on April 19th what happened. I am still gonna check, and I'm probably gonna just renew the subscription for the year because it's not that expensive overall. I mean, it's not that expensive. It is expensive, but yeah. Um, yeah, I do the same thing. Like right now, I have Claude um, code that is able to run with my subscription at $20 a month um, on a 5 hours or 7 hours sliding schedule or something. I forgot exactly how it is. And then I also have Codex in free tier, Anti-Gravity in free tiers, um, Open Code, which is free for most of the models, and so on. So I do have the options. Um, so that's the thing that I'm doing, but it's also a lot of back and forth in between apps and in between models and in between chat sessions, meaning that it's losing a ton of uh, information in between. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. Maybe one day. Maybe one day it works. Maybe one day it works. This is kind of bad. Okay, it's working. This is so much better. It's great for it's fucking great for channels. It's not great for folders. I'm gonna just save that just in case because this is great for the fucking channels. Why is the review button right there? That is not what we want to do. So yeah, that's the thing. So today I went through all of the other things. I think I could go there. I have Void, which is a version of Cursor, which is basically a VS Code extension or a VS Code fork that is able to use local LLM instead of anything else. So right now I have Quen 9 billion parameters that is loaded on this one, and I can use that, but I can't use that while streaming. Like this is not an option because it's on my machine and my machine is so old by now that yeah, I can't do that. So Void is a pretty good option. However, the development of Void has been stopped, so that's kind of sad. And then I have LM Studio that I was on earlier that basically has everything else. So if I wanted to, I could just run things directly through here instead of using Void to do some coding and so on. But it also gives me access to all of the open source, open weight models so that I can just play with things. I know that the newest NVIDIA model is mostly for like coding-ish stuff, so that's pretty good. We'll see if I can test it out, but nonetheless, it is still not as good as cloud stuff. So I get it. I get it. So we'll see. And then open code is free. And sadly, I don't understand why they did that, but they had Kimi K2 in the beginning, and now it's not there anymore. And they basically have replaced it with Big Pickle, which is weird as a name, first of all, but also that's wild. Was that an update? I feel like that was an update. Yeah. But yeah, T3 code is also interesting, but it's also really different. Codex is different as well. So That's the thing. I want Moonshot. Moonshot is the best. The Chinese version. But that's like on API cost as well, so that's gonna be a bit more complex for me to do. Nonetheless. That yeah. It's weird. As a name, it's just weird. As a name, it's just weird. That is so much better. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is so good. Great. So now the uncategorize is the thing that I need to fix, which is good to know. And I need to pee again, so I'm gonna do that and then come back and fix the uncategorized. Welcome back, Tepsi. My bladder made me quit. I had to pee. Therefore, I quitted for like a minute. My bad. My bad. So now it sometimes we hold it in for a long time, and that's why we're so angsty and rude and so on. We just and speedy when it comes to walking around because we need to pee somewhere. So it makes us faster. Eh, eh. Uh, the uncategorized French is complicated. Sanction should not exist if the user drops a channel outside of a folder. It should just be at the same level as the folder. I guess. Which means probably need to add 0.5 rem margin left to the channels within the folders. I guess that could help in order to basically give us a bit of an offset for the inner folder channels, and then the outer folder channels are going to be fine. That's the thing. However, how do we create a new folder? Right? Because we can't really based on our new system, we won't be able to get like a a channel on top of another channel. There's something that I feel like we're missing. It's probably because we're in dark mode. That's something that I believe might be the case. But yeah, that's good. Now, if the user, I don't know. I don't know how I can do that. Drag drag one out of folder channel on top of another out of folder channel for more than 2.5 seconds, we should provide the ability to create a new folder with these two channels. I feel like that's fine. I don't know exactly how that's gonna work, but we're gonna see. Nonetheless, the fucking drag effect is pretty cool. I wasn't expecting it to work that well, but it does. So, you know, yeah. Within the mess. Well, come on in. Not me, but yes. The concept is Phil's that is in chat is creating Yolker, which is an alternative to Discord with a focus on privacy and security overall. But so far, we have a very Discord-y interface, and I personally feel like some people may see this and say things along the line of, well, it looks like Discord, why would I switch? Like, what's the benefits? And like, I believe that Discord is still secure and whatever, things. So I'm proposing and working on a bit of a prototype that is very much too complex for just a prototype. So to have something that is a bit different than Discord, it looks similar. It's a mix of Discord and Slack. So you end up with an environment that is familiar enough, but have a browser behavior where your servers are tabs and you can have quick access to your servers instead of having the mess that is this when you know have so many servers in which which currently you can't see shit because it's under the chat. But yeah, when you have like shit like this and you have so many servers that you're part of and you just don't know which one you are going to go to, maybe you are someone that is like me, for example, that has like my main 3 servers, the one that I will go to most often are going to be Spectrum, because these are the events in Japan, which is kind of not really active, and then mine, and then the Genie as well, because it was interesting in the beginning, but this one can go the fuck out, by the way, by now. So nonetheless, the idea here is to potentially provide things where you can just say, well, I'm currently active in Cosmic, I'm currently active in Pixel, and I'm currently active in Midnight, and then Neon is not really something that I need right now. But if at some point you need to bring it back, you can just bring it back. Then you get access to it, you can move it back to where the fuck it's supposed to be, and be good with it. So that's the thing that I'm currently building. This is on top of an idea that Kane had, at the same time as other people on Friday. And right now I'm just seeing if it's feasible for the whole thing. It's working. It's working. It's not working well, but it's working. And yeah, there are stuff that will, you know, do the job that we are asking them to do. So it's an option. It seems more interesting than the Discord layout so far. The thing that I proposed earlier today was to provide a bit more customization like options, meaning that you could have this as a sidebar on both sides and this as a top or bottom bar as well, so that your top or bottom would be with the names of things, so names of the servers and the name of you, which would be your name. And or if you have them in stacked vertical, you would only have the icon potentially a bit bigger than what they are currently, but it could be here or on the other side, depending on how you want to put it. So basically thinking about the Windows uh, bottom bar docs thingy, and which apparently in Windows 12 is going to be movable wherever the fuck you want. So that's a potential for now. I don't know. So let's see. We have LFG that is outside, event that is outside. If I move there, I could do that. I could do that, and that's gonna not work. Okay, so I see I see that, but I don't create a folder. I see the selection border show up, but on drop it doesn't create the folder. How do I do? What do I do? And we're basically vibe-coding this entire thing. I did that in about 2.5 hours, 2 hours on Sunday. Kind of. Saturday, to be honest. And then today we're just going through that small details here and there. Right now it is very much hard-coded data. So everything in there is simply I mean, basic, yes, but like basic pre-made servers, messages. Every time you reload, you lose everything. So that's something. But we'll see. We will see. So if I move that out of the way twice, and then I get there, and then I release it, it's just, it doesn't. Nope. If this update attempt doesn't fix the things, I'm going to revert and not have to provide the ability to create new folders, not like this. And the new folder is going to happen to be on the plus right here. Like on the plus, you have two options. If you stay there, maybe it's like changing into a folder. I don't know, but probably something. Nonetheless, within the mess, how are you? How have you been? How is everything? How was your weekend? All the questions. Yeah. Right click on the sidebar to create a new channel or a new I think a new group is you can't really do that. It's not I mean, you can only create a channel, but you can't create. Oh, you can create a category. That's what they call it, and I call it folder. Yeah, they also have this, which is like creating a channel within the the current category, which I don't like. I feel like right click, create a channel makes a lot more sense. And it's just randomly floating. Boy. Apparently they only allow channels within. I'm sorry, that seems to be not working. Yeah, that's not working. We lost the thing. We lost our outer. All right, cool. No folders. Now, if the user right click, um, I should provide the ability to create new folder or channel. You know. Yeah. I mean, the perfume has been updated, and right now the new users are supposed to be using it. I will see how many crash I'm getting in 2 days because the 2 day delay in between release and I mean current day and analytics on the Apple website. They have a thing on analytics is not going to work tomorrow, and I think the day after that. So that's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I'm hoping for the best. And can is good. Perfume is good. Ban is good so far. The W1 that you don't know about. And that is not good, but probably not gonna exist now. The H1 you don't know about is probably not gonna exist either. I've been having a lot of issues with it, but it's fine. And then the A1 has been dormant for a while now because it's taking too much brain power for me to figure it out. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And it's not like next month, it's on the 19th, which is like very soon, technically speaking. And I can't really work on a fork of Yoka because the GitHub thing is not source open. So I can't do that. Also, I don't know exactly what tag has been used within it. So that's a bit of a weird thing. Damn. Damn. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, cool. That that's working. Let me create a new folder called folder and press enter and it's working. And then from here, let's create a new channel called channel, and then put that channel within the folder itself or outside of the folder itself. So that's good. That's working. I like it. I like it. And then we will have the need for settings on said stuff. So all of that is a thing. But it's not necessary. Right now, I don't need all of that. We have the base. I think the the settings section might be the most important part. Right here. So it is the menu that is related to the U button. Have a good dinner time. It is the menu that is supposed to open here. So that should display the current status selection, the settings, and probably something else. Like we have status right here and profile definition. And then the settings is just going in with the whole settings for the entire thing. Which is fine. On the user profile menu in the top right corner, it need to contain the status selection, I'm not gonna list them. The access to the settings and the logout buttons. Let's hope for the best. I still say Greta. I still fucking wrote Greta instead of great. God damn. Every time. That is not supposed to happen. That is not how it works. That's not the name of Sonnet. That isn't. That isn't. I'm right now. I'm seeing if, and I doubt it will happen, but I'm seeing if for some reason the fact that I said that I needed the button to get access to the settings, both. Oh, it's crazy. The fact that I said that I need a button to access to the settings, will it figure out that we need to have a setting page? That's the thing. However, I don't know. And I'm scared of this. We'll see if it works. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I think it will just create the button itself the same way that it created these buttons to copy and pin and so on, because we only have worked on the reply to have that thing slide in from the bottom. Other than that, the rest is not necessarily an option. And so, yeah, pins does nothing. Copy text doesn't do much, but it works. So, yeah. Status is selector. Ha! Ha ha! Sorry. It's doing a great job at making the menu right here, right on the side, right where you can't see shit. Um, Positioning math is just like such a weird thing. I know that the tooltips and menu opening system are supposed to be almost basics and system wise, but for some reason, every time we have a menu to open somewhere that is close to the edges, it just breaks. And based on what is currently happening, I have a very strong feeling that the previous thing that I said is going to be a bit of a mess to figure out where to position each of the drop downs when drop downs exist. So, yeah, that's working. It's kind of not good, but it's fine. I can live with it. And then the settings don't exist. I was right. God damn. Didn't create the settings. So, that's working. Great. Now we need the settings page for that user. What should it contain? I don't know. Profile, access, notifications. I'm gonna say the same things we have in Discords, and then we're gonna trim things down later. So that contains notification systems, sound alerts, display name, connected apps, server settings if that's a thing. Basically everything. So that's a lot. That's a lot. Good thing I'm still on the free tier of Cursor. Also, yes, Tony, to answer the question that you asked about 3 hours ago now, the change is that it's user based, but it's or usage based, but it's also 250 fast requests less than what I'm currently getting. So the current fast request is 500 for me, and they are dropping it down to 250 fast requests with Sonnet. Opus is costing 2 requests per request or per message. So 125 fast requests in Opus. And the reason why I want to retain the subscription is because I want to make sure that my currently free usage post fast request like limit potentially still works. So almost like it is, yes. So that's the thing. But yeah, I have a feeling that a hosted VPS with the proper setup, which probably will cost somewhere along the line of 30 to 40 bucks a month, could host like a version of an open source model or open weight model, and then provide it cloud-based properly, and just cost the electric bills / hosting of that VPS. But same thing. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can do that. I think that person forgot a zero, or comma. What the fuck? No, I know it is. It is a broken one. Uh, I don't know. I've never used Cowork. I have never used Cowork whatsoever. Um, I have it, but that's all I know. Yeah, 3K. See, same thing as earlier. Uh, Here, if if I were to buy one of the 4090s for 3.5K, which is like a second-hand system already, then I mean these ones are pros, so I doubt it. But nonetheless, this is like almost 2/3 of the price of the Mac if I don't max it out. So I don't know if we have a 5090s. I don't think we do. I think we only have the, yeah, 5080s. Not the editions. Yeah, but it's like why is the 5080 less expensive? Why? Why? Anyways. Oh, that's broken. Um, yeah. I think this is something that I should have been able to fix if I just read the thing. It's missing a fucking comma somewhere. So I should probably have been able to just, you know, read the error and fix it myself. But my brain said, no, there is a big ass red thing in the middle of the screen. Oh my God. Incompetence of me is crazy. So if we go there and we go into settings, we have the settings, but the settings are fully transparent. So that's really bad. Is it the same here? Because I know that sometimes it's just like a rendering issue. Cool. So, same thing. I should probably change that by hand, but also, you know, it's transparent. I'm guessing there was an attempt to potentially make it like a bit of a glass effect so that it looks like something. Probably, maybe, I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, think about it. Think about it for 1 second. If you get an M5 Mac, an M5 Max or M5 Pro with 48 gigs of RAM, since the GPU is within the CPU, like it's combined together, the 48 gigs of RAM are unified within the thing. So by default, even the lowest version of the Mac will have better yields through AI processing than a 4090. And then if you bump the RAM to something like much bigger, that's better. Then you will have the things that work. So right now, if I just do a very 16-inch black, no nanotech, M5 Max stuff, whatever, I'm regularly at 48 gigs for an M5 Max, the latest. I wish there was an M5 Ultra, but we haven't heard about that yet. And I wish there was an M4 Ultra as well to go within the Mac Studio, but it's still not there. So, can't do much about it. I know that the Ultra chips are still better in terms of GPUs compared to the M5 and M4, which is pretty bad, but nonetheless, if I just do that, it's the same price as the 4090. And if I bump it up with like a 32 core GPU instead of a 40 core GPUs, and then I change that to, I don't know, 48 instead, maybe it works. Oh, that can't work. I see. Can I take 112? No, I can't. God damn. Yeah. Earlier, I noticed that just running Node was taking 12 gigs of my RAMs. 12 out of my very humble 32. So, God damn. That was a lot. That's working. I'm gonna repeat myself, but god damn. That's a one shot with just saying, oh, we need the same thing as Discord. Not in terms of design. In terms of design, it's still shit, but that's crazy. Nothing works, though. But goddamn. Hey, it makes sense. Nothing is linked to anything. There is no backend whatsoever. But it, my account is profile is supposed to be the same thing since the banner color is linked to what I'm seeing, what I'm here. So that's a thing that I need to fix. The appearance makes sense if it's like light theme, dark theme, system themes. The fact that it's using the emojis makes absolutely no sense. Compact or cozy is something that I wish I had a bit of a preview. And then the font size would be a good thing to have a preview as well. And I'm guessing the accessibility as well would be good to get like a bit of a change. Well, that's pretty impressive for one shot E thing. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. I mean, it can. Sorry. If I'm not mistaken, this one with the Ultra chip, 80 cores, 256 gigs of RAM can hold basically everything in memory. Like the biggest models that I saw earlier was I think 600 gigs. But the one that we saw earlier was 220 something. So running that in memory would make no sense. But same thing. Since the system and the storage is also unified storage in a way, you basically can load the thing on the SSD, which is not an SSD. and then just preload in memory 250 gigs, or technically in order to run the thing 200 gigs, to just have the things there. It's impressive. It is impressive. It is very expensive though, because this is 8K, and goddamn, goddamn. But yeah, the 80 cores GPU is basically the thing that you want to have. Like, even that, even just checking an M3 Ultra 60 core GPU, 96 gigs of RAM, you will be able to load 90% of the models that are currently like coming out. And then when you see some of the tech and some of the people that are doing the things from earlier that I showcased, where people are just running big ass. Also, Stony, this is for you. This is Japan right now. Everyone is reselling their Mac Minis. Uh, when you have things that are just, do I have it here? Wait, I forgot how many parameters this one has. Yeah, the 400 billion parameters running on the iPhone at 0.6 token per second, but still running, is a crazy thing. Like, I mean, it's a crazy thing. You wouldn't think that works, but it does work. It's wild. It is wild. Keybinds exist. I don't think they make any sense, but they exist. Language makes no sense to have separated. That's cool. Does the escape key works to close the settings? This is working. I'm pretty fine with it. I feel like overall, we are in a great place. We are in a great place. Also, going back to the teraflops things, I feel like, yes, if that counts. The only reference that I have for something that is not AI based heavy graphical processing is Blender, which is not like the heaviest processing ever, but it is still like a bit of a heavy process. Me rendering an animation through my Mac was faster than rendering it through the 3080 that I used to have. So, that's the thing for me. Yes, no, keybind makes sense. What I meant was it doesn't make sense to have them here like so. As in the same thing, as in my account and profile are probably supposed to be together. Like it would make more sense to have them together. And then the privacy and safety and connection potentially are something, right? You want to connect one of your stuff and it's inside of the privacy and safety because it is like external stuff. Then the appearance is a global things on an app settings. The accessibility could get the keybinds because it is some sort of an accessible way of working throughout the app. So you could just have a section keybinds within the accessibility section. And then the voice and video, that's a bit of a weird thing, but why not? And then the notifications might be something that is a bit different, but yeah. And then the fucking language, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. But yeah, welcome back. We've made some changes. I just made the settings sections, which I don't like so far. I think it's shit, but that's fine. I have changed the process of drag and dropping. So now you can drag outside of a folder. It's gonna be indented in, and so it's outside of a folder. I can put it back in the folder itself, just reorganize them. Dragging the entire thing is gonna, it's so smooth. I'm so impressed. I'm impressed with myself on this one. Dragging just one is such a smooth transition. So that's clean. We like this. You can right click, create a new folder, write a name, be done. Right click, create a new channel, write a name, be done. It's gonna be outside of a folder, and then you can just place it within said folder pretty easily. However, I don't have a right click delete, and I don't have a go to channel and then do that. And that's not supposed to happen. But again, there is no backend setup, so that doesn't exist. So that's cool. And then decided to add the status and things right here and the settings right away. Right now, it doesn't do shit, but that's here. I don't like it. I don't like the settings whatsoever. I feel like having it in a full screen version makes absolutely no sense, and it would be better if it was some sort of a model because of the visuals, but also I understand. But yeah, that's the thing. I feel like the plus here should trigger the same menu, but from there. And then what I'm seeing is that the contrast ratio for accessibility's sake isn't good. Like these two things, I can read them, but someone with low contrast will not see them whatsoever. These icons, same thing. So it's a bit of a complicated thing. I will need to change and tackle the contrast and accessibility sections at some point. At some point, yes. Yes, probably. That should happen as well. Right click on a user to get access to something. That's a crazy thing. I didn't think for a second that this was a real link. It is. Yeah, it's working. It's fine. I'm fine with it. I am fine with this. I still think, Phils, I still think I need to polish some stuff here and there. Specifically some of the sub views. But yeah, I don't know how I can send it to you. I don't know if the tech that I have, the tech stack that I've used is matching the one that you have. I know I'm using a Vite, but that's it. I know that some of the people that I've heard speak about that framework are calling it Vite. Vite is a French word. It's Vite. Not Vite. God damn. You're using Rust? God damn. Vite, like feet, but with a V. Yeah. VEET. Not Vite. But also fuck the French, so you know, the usual. Vite is fine. I'm fine with it. Again, because there is no back end on this, It doesn't make any fucking sense. What are you using for backends? That's gonna be my question. I need to know that in order to figure out if the data structure is good, which it's not. But um yeah, to add the same reorder system within the tabs for the servers. It means fast. Yes. Yes, it means fast. That's it. The thing is, Vite as a word alone is not exactly a word that we use. Yeah. I feel like we are saying Vitoff most of the time. Vitoff, which means vite fait, which means quickly done. So, yeah. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. You said you can use the code, but what the fuck did you use? That's my question. In a Jiffy is a bit of a weird thing as well. Bit of a Giphy right there. Oh my god, that's so clean. Ah, that's so much better. Sorry. You're using React for the backend, which I think is the same thing that I'm using. So, yes, you would be able to plug that in. I don't know what that means. Oh, no. Ah. Backend is Rust. God damn. God damn. I think I'm using React/Vite here because I mean, I feel like I should be here when I say this because it will make more sense. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm talking about right here. I don't know what's the difference between Vite and React. I know that Rust is a backend thing, but that's it. So I don't know if React is a subsequent stuff of Vite, or the other way around. I have no fucking clue. Anyways, the small details. Small details. You know, it's important. It's important to be self-aware. I have no understanding. I think yes, but the compiler is Vite, right? Instead of Node. I think that's the thing. Node or Bun, I think. I don't know. Still, that tag is still true. I'm still not a dev. And as of next month, I will not even be a dev whatsoever. But yeah, this shit is so neat. That's clean. That is so clean and it works so well. God damn, I'm impressed. I am impressed. Fucking impressed. Also, following the theme section on each of the servers and making sure that they are like just changing here and there. This was really cute. It's a bit instant, which is the only thing that I'm like, I don't know if it's really good. the same way that I have the system change here that is a bit more of a fade, I feel like changing the color scheme as well here could be a bit of a better switch between the two. And then there are some issues with the tabs design in there. I'm seeing things from far away that shouldn't be seen, as in the shadow is a bit strong, the padding on the right side and left side are not equal for the tag itself, and then some of the elements are not visually aligned with the element because of the text truncation that hasn't been made. So these are design details, things that I don't know if they are as useful as they need to be for the purpose here. But maybe, maybe. Um, maybe would be good. I don't know. And then again, there is a bit of an accessibility issues here and there that I need to fix, but that will be for next time. I have plans that I need to attend. So that's the situation right now. That is the situation. But we did good. We have a good base. I feel like small tweaks on the design will help. Small accessibility changes to ensure that things are going to work and be accessible, because this is very important. And then potentially getting stuff like small tokens, small other stuff. No, I have a date with the grocery store that is shutting down. I mean, shutting down, closing in less than an hour, and I need to go buy some food. That is the date. Otherwise, no food. Less fun. I know. BitGamey is apparently doing some Lego stuff. Yeah, let's Lego stuff with BitGamey. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm sending you there. Enjoy the Lego build that BitGamey is doing. That's going to be fine and fun. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you have a question about design, about whatever the fuck you want, and I'm not live, join the Discord. The Discord is cool for that. If you have a ton of perfumes, which I don't know, not necessarily something that is known for devs, but perfume is pretty cool. And then if you have a ton of links that you need to showcase everywhere else, this ban is really useful. We like it. And if you want to learn Japanese, as always, Can is there. Perfume just got updated with a better database system management, so that's a good thing. I will see if it works, but I have doubts. I, once again, have forgotten to update the number above there, so we are supposed to be at 33 or 32. I forgot. I think it's 33. Yeah, 33. So yeah, as always, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, go do the grocery shopping. Be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you all on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. In the meantime, take care of yourself. Bye.